Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Council meeting for Monday, May 15th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the National Anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. I will say, every council meeting I stand and I listen, and it's a beautiful rendition of the anthem, but it's a very difficult rendition to sing along to, and I will give full credit to my friend and colleague, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Garcia makes an effort to sing along with the anthem but it's so slow and melodic, I just can't keep up. I've tried a few times, so I give credit where it's due, but maybe we'll look at mixing in a more sing-along, karaoke-friendly version of the anthem in the future. That's maybe we could all do with some music lessons, Deputy Mayor. With that, I will look to Councillor Dodge to read this evening's land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe peoples, many whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish and One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and the friendship of the Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. We are doing things a little bit out of order this evening, just so that we can accomplish our in-camera portion first. So I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. So there's a few amendments tonight. The first is an additional bylaw to appoint inspectors under the Ontario Building Code Act. That's been added to the agenda. The second amendment is related to an additional correspondence item, so I'll go through the correspondence first. Additional correspondence has been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. Confidential memo from the Deputy CAO regarding the former YMCA property. Councillor Garcia has requested to pull this item for discussion, and that discussion would be appropriate to take place in closed session. As such, going to recommend that when we go into closed session to discuss the first item, we approve the motion to go into closed session for this item, and if we do have time before 6 o'clock, we would handle this at that point in time. The second is a confidential memo from the city solicitor regarding agenda item 9.3, liability of mountain biking trails on OPG lands. Item 3, memo from the Director of Financial Management Services regarding 2023 tax rate highlights and FAQ. The fourth one is correspondence from Stephen Sues regarding region state of emergency for mental health, homelessness, and addiction. And there's 2 confidential memos from the Director of Corporate Support Services regarding labor relations update. They were dated May 4th and May 5th and circulated to Council and Mayor directly.
So can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, then we will move on to the closed session, and I will look to the clerk to read the reasons for the closed session.
So there's two reasons. The first is Corporate Support Services, Labor Relations Update, CUPE Union Negotiations Collective Agreement for Local 157 and Local 150, and that's closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 2392D, Labor Relations and Employee Negotiations. And the second is additional correspondence regarding the former YMCA property, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 2392I, a technical, commercial, or financial information supplied in confidence to the municipality, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality.
All right, so we have a motion. The council move into closed session for the reasons noted by the clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Harris. All in favor? Opposed? In camera we go. And we are back. Can I have a counselor, there's going to be a motion up on the screen. The council approved the staff recommendations contained in report CSS 075-2023 regarding labor relations update, CUPE union negotiations, collective agreement, CUPE Local 157 and Local 150. I have it moving it, Councilor McPherson, and seconding it, Councilor Dodge. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
I apologize, I was not prepared. Okay, Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then the second motion is for item 2.2 from in camera, that staff proceed as directed in the in-camera session. And I will look to, for a mover, Councillor Kushner, seconder, Councillor Townsend, and I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so very briefly, with respect to the first motion regarding the labor relations update, council has voted to support new collective agreements for CUPE 150 and 157. On behalf of council, I'd like to thank staff from both the union and management who participated in the bargaining process. We're looking forward to continuing to work together to serve the community. With that, we will now move on to the mayor's report, and it's a short one tonight. And by short one, I mean the same length as all the other ones are. First things first, and just a little bit of housekeeping for council. A request has been made with respect to information requests at council. During report requests, a lot of times we will ask for additional information. I want to set the expectation now, if we're bringing those information requests to the council meeting, we haven't informed staff. It's not really fair to ask staff to answer the question on the spot. So we're going to view that as a request. Still the section for report requests, but we're also going to make it a request for memos and correspondence, so that if people have information requests, items they need updates for, they want the community to know they're asking about, they can bring them at that time if they don't have the opportunity to send a message through to staff. But I'm requesting cordially that we not expect staff to be able to answer the questions right on the spot. Sometimes we don't have staff who are necessary for that specific information update present in the chamber, so I just want to set that expectation. And again, my office was contacted by a couple members of the public after the last meeting, concerns about the crosstalk again. Crosstalk being when your mic is off, having a quiet conversation. These are very sensitive mics, and apparently the mic up here is picking up the conversations over there. So if we are chatting with one another, I'm going to respectfully again ask if we can try and keep it as quiet as possible, because members of the public have reached out. They may have mentioned one councillor in particular wearing a purple golf shirt today. But some voices carry. It's probably wearing shorts, yes. So if I could ask if we could keep the crosstalk to a minimum, it would be appreciated. Getting into the meat of my report, I was not here at the last council meeting. I was in Ottawa on Parliament Hill, representing the city of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative Ottawa Days. We had a lot of productive meetings talking about coastal resiliency specifically, and pushing the federal government, who has announced a significant investment in the most recent federal budget, dollars related to freshwater action and issues. We were pushing for those dollars to be spent on the new Canada Water Agency and specifically to be spent on coastal resiliency projects, something I know our friends in the North End are very aware of. We've done a lot of shoreline protection over the last couple of years, but we also know with rising water levels in Lake Ontario that Port Dalhousie, once again, is at risk, and so that is very high on the priority list for the federal government. I had an excellent meeting. Myself and Mayor Easton from Lincoln met with Minister Bill Blair, who was very well versed on the subject and promised, along with a number of other government and opposition MPs, to push the issue with the government and try and make sure those dollars are spent appropriately. So I appreciate council giving me leave to go and represent the community in Ottawa for that. Earlier this month, I was also pleased to join Lord Mayor of Niagara-on-the-Lake, Gary Zalepa, in meeting Tomasz Grodzki, a senator from the Republic of Poland, and his delegation at the Polish Soldiers Cemetery in Niagara-on-the-Lake. It is the only Polish military cemetery in North America. We laid wreaths in honor of soldiers who fought in the Polish army in France during World War I. Earlier this month, I also had the opportunity, along with Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Ratzlaff, to tour Positive Living Safe Consumption Site. It's been operational since December of 2018. They are nearing 1,000 overdoses successfully reversed in the space. The visit was timely as May 7th was International Harm Reduction Day, which is dedicated to talking about a harm reduction approach to drug addiction. So I want to thank the folks at Positive Living for that. May 5th, last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, was Red Dress Day, also known as the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit People. Here at City Hall, we honored the memories of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people across Canada, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge everybody who was here and walked in awareness of the day. I want to thank the Indigenous women, girls, members of the 2S LGBTQIA community who came out and lent their support to that. Many red dresses still up in the downtown, which I think is a reminder to reflect on the stories and the pain and loss of the Indigenous community that we have heard over the last number of years. Thank you to the teams from CRCS and EFES for the successful tree giveaway and rain barrel event 2 weekends ago. 300 rain barrels, nearly 700 trees given away to residents. I had the opportunity to visit Niagara College's Daniel J. Patterson campus in Niagara-on-the-Lake, which has been a major center for Niagara College's business, hospitality, environmental, culinary, and wine program since 1998. A special thanks to Mark Nantel, who's the Vice President of Research, Innovation, and Strategic Enterprises, and his staff for the walk and the tour. Last week, I also had the pleasure of attending the Royal Henley Retirement Community's High Tea and Fashion Show in support of the Fill a Purse, Help a Sister campaign. It was my first high tea and fashion show, and I enjoyed it a great deal. More than 60 purses were donated by the residents to the campaign, which will be donated to Jillian's Place and the programs that they run. Last week, I also had the pleasure of meeting the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, David L. Cohen, and Consul General Susan L. Crystal as they toured the St. Catharines Museum and Welland Canal Center. They made a special stop here in St. Catharines specifically to tour our museum and the Welland Canal Center. They wanted to see the new Black History exhibit that is there. And as luck would have it, the Ambassador and Consul General were also greeted by the arrival of Canada Steamship Line's Thunder Bay, which visited Lock 3 and went through the bridge just as I was trying to get across to meet the Ambassador, which is the way it works around here. Interesting side note, the Ambassador, I think, was the only Ambassador who was unanimously confirmed by the 2020 Senate in the U.S. And I asked the question because I'm that much of a politics geek, and he told me the story. And it was wildly entertaining, and I wish I could relay it, but I won't. At least not right now. May is Brain Tumor Awareness Month across Canada. Every day, 27 Canadians are told that they have a brain tumor. This year, the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada highlights the need to raise awareness for brain tumor signs and symptoms, to increase early detection and diagnosis and improve patients' survival chances. There's a brain tumor walk held by the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada taking place in June for the Hamilton Niagara area as a whole. It will be happening June 4th at TB McQuestion Park in Hamilton. You can get more information about brain tumors and the walk at braintumor.ca. And on a personal note, I have 2 family members, both my aunt and my mom, who are survivors of brain tumors. So if you have an opportunity to either support someone who's walking or get out and walk, I would highly encourage it because all the support that goes towards research is needed. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to attend the Ontario Auto Mayors meeting. The mayors work collaboratively at the provincial and federal levels to promote awareness, advocacy, and strategic policy initiatives to strengthen the Canadian economy through advancements and investments in the automotive sector. And I appreciated the discussion on how to ensure that Ontario remains a major player in the market for years to come, including right here in Niagara. We had a long discussion about EVs and EV adoption and the exciting news that is coming to multiple places in the province, including right here with the recent GM announcement in St. Catharines. This past Friday, I was pleased to join members of the Sudanese community of Niagara as we came together to host a walk for peace in Sudan through poetry, awareness, and song. This amazing group of people stood together to demand an end to the violence in Sudan and were entirely focused on demanding peace and nothing more than that. And the city wants to hear from residents about installing an inflated air dome over the soon-to-be renovated tennis courts at Community Park in St. Catharines. The installation of the dome is set to provide residents with a comfortable place to play over the fall and winter months with an operating season from October 1st to April 30th. Residents are invited to comment on the project by filling out the survey, which will be open until June 8th, 2023 at engagestc.ca/indoor tennis. Residents are also invited to attend the in-person Public Information Center taking place May 23rd from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Meriton Community Center at 7 Park Avenue in St. Catharines. In lovely, beautiful Meriton, please remember to get your passport stamped on the way in. And then finally, just a couple of upcoming events. Folk Arts Festival is in full swing. I want to say thank you to all the folks that I have seen out and about at Folk Arts Festival events. I've seen, well, I know I haven't seen Councillor Garcia, but I've seen all of the photos that he posts on his Facebook page, and I appreciate that. We somehow managed to miss each other. But I've seen Councillor Dodge, I've seen Councillor McPherson. I know Councillor Phillips has been to a few. I know I see Councillor Stevens everywhere. I'm sure everybody has gotten out to a number of different events. Please keep going. This upcoming weekend is a very, very busy one. Councillor Garcia and I will probably have to run into each other at least once in the 9 open houses this weekend. But check out NiagaraFolkArtsFestival.ca for more information. The 2023 edition of the Rankin Cancer Run will continue virtually throughout the months of May, June, and July. More than 10,000 participants last year. Raising needed funds for support of cancer care programs and organizations across Niagara. Register at rankincancerrun.com to help support the community. And finally, sports, because I love sports. May 24th, the Junior A Athletics are going to have their lacrosse home opener at Canada Games Park. And June 3rd, the River Lions will have their home opener. And exciting news for those who weren't aware, the River Lions will also be playing a nationally televised game this year from the Meridian Center. And I wish I could remember the date, but it is at some point in June or July. I think July 13th, but don't quote me on that. But very exciting that once again the Meridian Center will be on June 13th. June 13th. Meridian Center will be on TSN for the nation to be able to see. With that, I'll open the floor to councillors. If anybody has anything that they want to bring attention to. So Councillor Phillips, just give me 1 second and I'll open your mic. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one from the Friends of Malcolmson Park. Their annual native tree and plant sale is going to be this Saturday from 8:30 until 1 at the park, and a list of plants can be found on their website, which is www.fomep.com.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
Mr. Mayor, since you love sports so much, I know you'd want to hear and give thanks to all the volunteers and coaches that have pulled off the Mother's Day Regatta and the Early Bird Regatta, which have been very successful. And lots of local young people involved in. And also thanks to the Grantham Optimists, who are going to have their softball opening soon, and they've been preparing their diamonds, which they provide as a asset to the citizens of St. Catharines at their cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and you are right. I was remiss in not mentioning, and as a proud, now rowing dad, who knew, I will just point out that my son coxied the Sir Winston Novice 8s to a come-from-behind victory at the Early Bird Regatta. And congratulations to everybody who was out for that and for the Mother's Day Regatta, which was incredibly well attended and another great use of a wonderful venue here in St. Catharines in the beautiful, beautiful Port Dalhousie. Any other councillors? All right, we will move right on then. We need a motion to adopt the minutes of the meeting of special council held on April 24th and the council adopt the minutes of the regular council held on May 1. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Prior to the approval of the consent agenda, I am going to look to Councillor Garcia for an overview of the decisions coming out of the last BSC Budget Standing Committee meeting. Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a very good, detailed Budget Committee meeting on April 26th, and information that we want to share with our colleagues. And there were two key issues that we discussed. First of all, staff gave us an update on grant applications. And as you all know, particularly with the pandemic, there has been a lot of grant opportunities that have been applied for, and some that we have gotten, received the grants, and some that we haven't. But they gave us a report on what they have and what they're planning for the future. And, pardon me, we have asked them to, still have allergies, we have asked them to report every 4 months on the status of grants. And in particular, we want to know if grants affect the budget and how so. In other words, if an item has been budgeted and in fact we get a grant that covers that cost that would have been in the budget, then we want to see what the impact is, how that would reduce the budget accordingly. The other report that we spent a fair amount of time on, and I think it's important that our colleagues understand that, is that was on multi-year budgeting. And multi-year budgeting is a new process for all of us at the city. In past lives, I have been involved, pardon me, with a lot of multi-year budgets and plans. So it is obviously good to look at the future and look some years down the road. But because this is a new process for us, we requested the report was referred back to staff to ask for more information on some of the changes that staff were proposing in terms of how the multi-year budgeting will work vis-a-vis the way the process used to work. So this includes, we want the information on the proposed changes to delegated authority to staff and a comparison of what they are now and how they propose to have delegated authority. We want to know what they recommend annual guidance should be. And as you know, every year, and any, perhaps the new council don't know this, but the Budget Committee has worked on a particular guidance that was given to them, or staff have worked on the guidance given by the Budget Committee, which relates to typically to what the CPI is doing, and then staff come back with reports and proposed budgets that tie into that number, and if they don't, then have to explain why. So staff had proposed eliminating this, and we had a lengthy discussion because a lot of us in the Budget Committee did not feel that we should eliminate it. So we have asked staff to recommend what guidance should be if they had some, and then we're going to review that at the next meeting and decide where to proceed from there. Last couple of things we asked for is we want to know about options for council input. Obviously, if we approve a multi-year budget, it can't be chipped in stone forever if circumstances change. So we want to know exactly what happens in year 2 or year 3 if circumstances have changed and we have to make changes, what would the process be? And also to report back on changes to service levels if service levels changed. Last but not least, we have asked for an update on the strategic plan and where we stand with that, because there may be changes to the strategic plan or objectives that are in the strategic plan that would affect what we should be doing with a multi-year budgeting. So the CAO's office said that they're working on an update to the strategic plan, and they will have that to us hopefully in June, I believe, but certainly you will know when. That is my update, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I will say you were way better at those than I was when I was the budget chair, so I appreciate the fulsome update. That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm trying. We have a motion. The council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover? Councillor Harris, and I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports.
Today's consent agenda includes items 6.1, Planning and Building Services, request to assign Phase 2 Brownfield Tax Increment-Based Incentive Grant Program for properties formerly known as 17 and 21 Woodburn Avenue and 246A Queenston Street for Heritage Point subdivision. Item 6.2, Financial Management Services, Budget Standing Committee Cover Report. Item 6.3, Financial Management Services, proposal to declare land surplus, part of community park lands adjacent to 5 Park Avenue. And item 6.4, Legal and Clerk Services, Council Correspondence. Councillor Harris.
We're going to hold for just 1 second because I have 2 folks who want to speak before we get to calling the roll. Nope, just one. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to have a comment about item number 13 in our correspondence, and that's a memorandum from the Director of Fire Services, and I just thought that it would be good to congratulate them on the hard work and the success that they had with going out to the other municipalities.
I will agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Dodge, 100%. Good job, Chief. Now we'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris. Councillor
Yes.
Harris. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so moving on to number 7, public meetings. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw regarding 40A Ellis Avenue, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. Then, members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. So after staff's recommendation, I will ask if there's anybody in attendance who wishes to speak. After any presentations are complete, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff members questions and consider the report recommendation. So if you have questions or comments with respect to the recommendation or the report or the presentation, we're going to hold that until we have closed the public meeting. So at this point, the public meeting is now open, and I'll call upon Charlotte McEwen, Senior Planner, to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This public meeting this evening is regarding an application for a minor zoning amendment at 40A Ellis Avenue. The applicant has requested to rezone a portion of 40A Ellis Avenue to facilitate the development of a residential subdivision over this property and over the adjacent 3 Abbott Street, which may sound familiar to councillors as that subdivision was draft approved by council in November of 2022. This application is a zoning amendment to realign the natural area or G1 zone boundary, rezoning a portion of it for residential use. This map shows 40A Ellis Avenue, which is located at the end of Ellis Avenue. The property is 1.14 hectares in area and has approximately 10 meters of frontage on Ellis Avenue. It is abutted to the north and west by 3 Abbott Street, which is shown here, which together with 40A Ellis is the site of the draft approved subdivision development. To the south of 40A Ellis, there are residential dwellings, and to the east, there is a rail line and the rear of commercial buildings that front onto Hartsel Road. This shows the subject lands, and they are vacant, containing an existing watercourse. So this is the draft approved subdivision plan for the lands that was draft approved by council last year. The approval was granted along with a list of conditions for the developer to fulfill, which included the condition to rezone a portion of 40A Ellis Avenue. So for some context, this outline shows 40A Ellis Avenue in the context of the subdivision. And this red area shows the approximate natural area or G1 zone that is present on the property. This yellow highlighted area shows the location of the draft approved extension of Ellis Avenue, the public road that will connect the subdivision. And when they're layered together, you can see there's an orange area where they overlap. This is the area that is requested to be rezoned to permit the subdivision development in that location. The property is located within a settlement area under the provincial policy statement and the built-up area as defined by the growth plan. The lands proposed to be rezoned are not within the actual natural features present on site, and no negative impacts on the features are anticipated. The proposal facilitates an appropriate and compatible development and is consistent with provincial policy. The property contains a water course that is identified as part of the region of Niagara's natural environment system. An environmental impact study was submitted as part of the previous subdivision application last year, and that EIS was reviewed and accepted by the region as part of that application. No further study specific to this rezoning was required by the region, and the application is in keeping with regional policy. The city's official plan designates the property as both natural areas and neighborhood residential on Schedule D1. You will see on the map here that the area requested to be rezoned is marked in hatched lines. The property is further designated as natural areas and medium density residential on Schedule E9 of the official plan. The natural area designation does not permit development. You can see the black dashed line here, which is the natural area extent line, and that area to be rezoned is outside of the natural area extent line. For the zoning, the property is partially zoned conservation natural area, or G1, which does not permit any development. And the remaining is zoned medium density residential, or R3, with holding provision 1. Holding provision 1 requires an environmental site assessment to be carried out prior to that zoning taking effect on that portion of the lands. The proposed zoning shown here, just a slight change, has the revised G1 boundary. That hatched area is now orange. It's to facilitate that portion of the site being used for the medium density residential use. So the property is designated natural area in order to protect the natural features that are present on site. The official plan identifies floodplain, woodland, and fish habitat on the property, and the area to be rezoned is outside of all of these identified features. The official plan does not require an amendment in cases where minor boundary adjustments are made to the natural area boundary, and an environmental impact study can be required, but may be scoped down in consultation with the region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. And in this case, based on the EIS that was submitted for the subdivision application, no further study was required by either agency, and they have determined that the proposed area to be rezoned is not close enough to the natural features to have any negative impacts. Therefore, no EIS was specifically prepared for this application, and no amendment to the official plan is required. The application was circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies, and no objections were received. As noted, the region and NPCA have confirmed upon seeing this application that no further study is required, and they don't object to the proposal. Open houses are not mandated for this type of application, although we do typically hold them in practice. In this case, due to the recent subdivision process that involved an open house and a public meeting, both of which had low or no engagement from the public, no open house was held for this application specifically. Tonight's public meeting is a legislative requirement, and the public was notified accordingly. No comments have been received from the public since that notice was issued. So in conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the application as outlined in the recommendation, as it is consistent with provincial policy, the Niagara official plan, and the city's official plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McEwen, for the presentation. Is there anybody in attendance who wishes to speak? Yes, sir. Come on up to the lectern. You'll just press the button underneath the mic, and if you just want to state your name. No, you'll just have to press the button on the, it'll turn red. There we go.
Whoop, there we go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ed Fothergill. I'm a planning consultant on behalf of the owner. The ones who submitted the application. Charlotte made a great presentation. There's really nothing more for me to add to it. I would say we'd like to certainly offer appreciation to staff for processing this. We made the application in January, and 4 months later, we're in front of council. So congratulations to staff. Charlotte did a great job. She's covered all the bases, and we are in agreement with the recommendations. Beyond that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Does council have any questions? Just press, and I will get you, Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Fothergill. So the piece of property that the city is willing to turn over is about 2.8 acres. And I don't know if there's been any, I gather that the city is, you're going to be paying for that amount of land. And there has been any discussion, no? No? Okay. Okay. Has there been, so we're going to be losing a green space, arguably not necessarily the most significant green space, but has there been any?
Councilor, I think you're actually mixing it up with a previous report on the consent agenda. This one is a different plot of land. This is not the Park Avenue.
You know, I'm 7.1.
Okay.
I'm on it, so we're, sorry? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're 7.2, yes.
This is on Ellis. The piece on Ellis, not the piece next to, I'm going to look to the clerk because she has something to say.
Through the chair, last week it was determined that the community park item did not need a public meeting, so we moved it to the other portion of the agenda, and mayor and council were emailed about that. Just to advise that the agenda had been republished to move the report to the correct item. Usually we do a public meeting if it's a stop up and close. It's to declare surplus of a road allowance. However, we're not required to do it for a piece of real property.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, either to Mr. Fothergill, or I don't know if this is a question for Ms. McEwen, but in her presentation, she showed the existing Schedule E9 from the Garden City Plan. Right. And she shows that dotted line that encompasses the natural area.
Right.
And some area in gray, which is medium density residential, is within that. Have those areas been rezoned to medium density before? Or?
That zoning has been in place for some time, as I recall.
Yeah.
We're not changing that zoning, we're just changing the little
right
small piece.
But that that line is supposed to indicate what the natural area is, right?
That's subject to any further study.
Right.
As it turns out, the same owner has bought that property next door, and we've recently gone to a pre-application consultation meeting with staff. So we're talking about that property as well as the next phase of development.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fothergill, for your presentation. Is there anybody else in attendance who wishes to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public meeting respecting the application to amend the city's zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 40A Ellis? Mover, Councillor Townsend, seconder, Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. The public meeting is now closed, and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Lindell.
Sure.
Wonderful. The ward councillors. And the recommendation is on the screen. At this point, if anybody has questions for staff or general comments, now is the time.
I'm still not clear on exactly what we're doing here.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, I'm gonna throw it back over to the clerk if we can get a more fulsome explanation of how the agenda changed.
So we published the agenda 10 days ago. At that time, there was item 7.1, which was called it's the community park item. Yeah, proposal to declare land surplus for, it was community park. Last week, staff realized, because that was as a public meeting, staff realized that a public meeting was not needed for that item because it was not declaring a road allowance, the stopping up and closing of a road allowance. So we had placed it in the wrong part of the agenda. So when we republished the agenda on Thursday, which is usually when we republish, we moved the community park report out of public meetings onto consent, emailed council on Friday, advising the agenda had been republished, and those were the changes that were made. This is item that was previously 7.2 for 40A Ellis Avenue. So through the chair, it is rezoning. It's not currently owned by the city. My understanding it is owned by the property owner.
Okay, excellent. Glad we got that cleared up. So we do have the motion on the floor, moved by the ward councilors, moved and seconded by the ward councilors. If there is no other question, comment, discussion, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so we're moving, there are no presentations, we're moving on to discussion reports. I have had a request that we move 9.3 Municipal Works Canada Summer Games mountain bike course ahead. If there are no objections from council, because my understanding is we do have a presentation to receive, but my understanding is that the ward councilors who are making the motion will be asking for a referral. And I know there are a number of people in the audience who are here with respect to this item, and rather than make them sit through multiple reports and presentations on other topics, this would be an opportunity for us to expedite the process. So is there any objection to moving 9.3 to the front of the discussion reports? All right, seeing none, Mr. Smith, my apologies, we're bumping you ahead. I'll now call upon Daryl Smith, Director of Municipal Works, to present prior to council discussing the report. Yes, and can we turn on Councillor Kushner's? Oh, Councillor Kushner, if you press your button, I can turn you on. There's a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought the motion was to refer 9.3 to next week's meeting, or the next meeting, to allow Mr. Smith to comment on the concerns being represented by the residents. So I would think that his report would be more suitable at the next council meeting.
We can definitely take the referral motion beforehand. So, clerk, is there anything procedurally?
There's nothing in terms of the procedures that I would be concerned about making a decision now versus later. It's just whether or not the councilors around the table have enough information to make a decision of whether they want to have that discussion now or they want it to be referred to later, and whether Mr. Smith maybe has information to provide about that.
Mr. Smith?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the one question I would have is, I'm not sure that the next meeting is actually viable, as I haven't seen what is included in the request for information, so I don't know how much work there's involved to finding the comment on those.
And I think that's understood, and if it takes a little bit longer, that's understood. Councillor Harris, something to add here?
And it would make sense to refer it prior to the presentation. And
Okay.
Councillor Kushner will be forwarding the questions that he has for clarification.
Mr. Smith, thank you for your presentation. Have a seat. What I think we're going to do is I'm going to, first things first, I'm going to ask Councillor Kushner to move and Councillor Harris to second the motion, the staff recommendation as it exists. Councillor Kushner, Counselor Harris, you're moving and seconding the staff recommendation that's on the screen right now? Oh, and now Counselor Kushner is making a motion to refer it. We have to have a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor. Counselor Kushner, you are making, can you just open your mic? Just so we pick it up for the, thank you. So Counselor Kushner, you are referring the motion to staff.
That's correct.
And you are going to forward the additional information that is required to Mr. Smith
Yes.
and Mr. Oakes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Does council have any questions about what's going on here? Yeah. Okay, so Councilor Townsend, there's now, keeping in mind, we can't debate a referral motion, but if you have questions.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question would be is, we do have individuals here tonight. Are they able to submit their questions or their comments in regards to this report to their ward councilors to submit them through the CIO? I feel bad because there's people here who specifically came and they've been waiting to speak on this item tonight.
No, and I think that is entirely appropriate, and I think I'm looking to nods from the ward councilors that they will forward any questions, correspondence on as well if there are additional pieces of information that are required. Everybody has pressed their buttons, so I am kind of in a situation. Councilor Harris? And they would also have the opportunity to speak on June 12th. Of course they do. Yes, and then obviously we always allow the opportunity for delegates.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, wonderful. Councilor Miller?
Sorry, what are the questions that need to be answered, and I guess why were they not answered prior to this council meeting?
I can't speak to that. Councilor Kushner has a list. He has indicated that he's going to forward them on to Mr. Smith.
Okay.
All right. Councilor Kushner, can you clarify?
Yes, the concerns are very complex and very lengthy, and in fairness to Mr. Smith and staff, they would need more time to respond to them. The process to date has not been a very good process. For whatever reason, there's been some acrimony, and I think this acrimony will be put to bed at the following council meeting.
Councilor Ratzlaff, you're being very patient. Can you turn off for just 1 second? Councilor Miller, Councilor Ratzlaff, jump back in.
Okay, that's fair enough. Can staff possibly comment on the impact, if any, on delaying?
Mr. Smith, can you comment on whether answering the questions would create any undue hardship?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at present, no. It would continue to operate as it is right now, which is the mountain bike course. I do know that the association has a request in. They have an event, I think it's called Crush the 12. If I'm wrong, please forgive me, for a larger than the mountain bike course, but that can be handled through a special event request.
So there's no concern on that side of things. Councilor Ratzlaff? Again, this is questions because we don't want to get into a debate.
Yeah, no, that was my question, basically. Like, the group is waiting for pending a city entering into a third-party maintenance agreement, and so us not entering into that agreement now, waiting months to do that, does that cause anybody a problem?
It sounds to me like it's not going to be months. So that's my understanding. Councilor Harris? We can add whatever date we want as the target date, but recognizing that staff have other things that they are doing. So we've added June 12th as the target date. Referral for June 12th. Councilor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It should be noted that both ward councilors are in agreement with the staff recommendation, and therefore I wouldn't expect anything to be that contentious. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so it's a referral motion. It's non-debatable. Show of hands. All those in favor of referring, keep your hands up. Count them up. Opposed? Councilor Townsend, I appreciate you reaching for the sky, my friend. All right, so item 9.3 has been referred to back to staff. Moving on to item 9.1, Economic Development and Tourism Services. I'll now call upon Dorian Anderson, Executive Director from Niagara Grape and Wine Festival, and Ian Kowalchuk, Chair of the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival Board, to present prior to Council's discussion on the report. Dorian and Ian. They are here. Wonderful. Ms. Anderson. The button on the down, right there. Beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everyone can notice, there is no Ian. You're stuck with just me tonight, so I apologize. Ian had something come up at the last minute, so he sends his regards and also wanted me to pass on behalf of the rest of the Board of Directors his thanks, first of all, to Mayor Cisco. We met earlier this year with Councillor Phillips just to sort of give him a quick little update on what's going on. But on behalf of the Board of Directors, the support from the city, specifically through COVID and then coming out of COVID while we've been recovering, has been phenomenal, and we would not be in the good position we're in now had it not been for the support of all of you, so thank you very much. I'm happy to have better news than I had at this point last year to share with everyone, so I will dive right in. This really is an update meeting to let you know how 2022 went as we first came out of COVID, and then to talk a little bit about our plans for this calendar year. Understanding that at the end of the Fall Festival this year, I will be coming back as our fee-for-service agreement ends this year. So I'll be coming back to update you on what our plans are going to look like for the next 5 years. And hopefully we can agree that we will have a strong economic and cultural impact on the city, and you will continue to provide support. Do I move this forward?
The button there should work.
Sorry, I should have got briefed on this first. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
Stop, Dory. Okay, so a couple things, just top line information about the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival for those of you that may have not participated or been through one of these presentations previously. We are a not-for-profit corporation, and our sole purpose is to attract visitors to Niagara's wine region and to have the community celebrate the importance of the grape and wine industry in Niagara. We ensure sustained visitation, which is an important thing about our festival, is we actually host 3 different event series throughout the year to make sure that we are not just a one and gone, but in January and early June and sort of off-peak tourism times, we also have signature events to increase tourism visitation. And then I think the thing that you probably noticed, people who have been in this presentation previously, that this board and this staff continually evaluates and updates our programming with the intention of attracting new visitors, driving value to the community partners, our winery partners, and having a really positive impact on St. Catharines and Niagara as a whole. I will get into more stats later. A couple quick things about our festival team and our board of directors. It has changed since our last meeting. Ian Kowalchuk from Merit Contractors and a former chair of the Greater Niagara Chamber has taken on the role of chair of the board. And then we have Andrew McLeod from Bolite will be taking on the culinary seat. And Marcia Murdoch from 180 Wines in the Niagara Benchlands is our other new board member. We thank Eric Peacock and Tim Coons for many years of service with us. Also happy to report that we are fully staffed at this point. So we've recently hired Olga Kovalenko as a finance and admin coordinator, and we have all of our summer students from the Canada Summer Jobs Program in office and hard at work. I love these photos, which is why I have to include them. But just to remind everyone, it's been 72 years that this festival has been running. We are the oldest and largest wine festival in the country. And we will be going through our mission, vision, and value statement very soon. We are doing a strategic planning session in June where all of this will be reevaluated and be interesting to see what comes out of that. But I wanted to talk specifically about the impact of the festival. Aside from the fact it's fun and the parade is great and everyone loves it, we actually are a significant economic driver for the community. So over $5 million in tourism spending in Niagara just for the Fall Festival alone. And 95,000 visitors come to the downtown core each September directly related to the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival. We have a Niagara First approach that we've been even stronger since COVID. So over 80 St. Catharines-based businesses or artists or associations were employed last year during the Fall Festival alone, totaling over $500,000 in billing. So that's, to put it in perspective, a third of our operating budget is spent in St. Catharines on businesses, associations, and artists. Our marketing reach is just extending more and more, over 400,000 website visits in the last year. The Grand Parade in Montebello Park, we know, are ingrained in the cultural fabric of this community. But also, as we're looking at the word community, since we've come back from COVID, we really have a strong a refocus on our diversity, equality, inclusiveness policy. So our staff represents that as well. We actually have put that in front of mind when we're looking at hiring staff to make sure we're representing a lot of different communities across Niagara, and it's been really successful so far. So our programming and our human resource policies are being much more inclusive than they have been in the past. Come on. There we go. So we're continuing to evolve. In this past year alone, we launched some new things that speak to both consumer trends as well as what our partners are asking for. We launched the In Good Spirits Cocktail Lounge last year. It's the first time we had anything other than wine available for purchase in the park, but we did stick with grape-based spirits to make sure we're sticking true with the Niagara grape and wine theme. And 3 of the top-selling items in the park, and we had over 100 items listed, were cocktails out of this lounge. So this is us talking again about evolving and making sure that we're staying relevant to consumers to drive the economic benefit. We launched a VIP cabana program, which you can see up in there with the glamping tents. This is all focused as part of our premiumization program to get high-end wine and culinary consumers interested in the festival. We have more programming coming this year for that. We created some communal bars. A lot of winery partners said they had a difficult time with staffing and continue to do so. So we provided new ways for them to be able to participate. Our Grape and Month program, or Grape and Wine Month program, which thanks to Rachel and her team helped us get off the ground last year. We had 82 events across the city of St. Catharines and Niagara in the month of September last year to engage and promote local business. And we introduced a new Ice Wine Festival Gala venue at the new Niagara Parks Power Station in Niagara Falls, and also brought the Niagara Symphony into the mix. And if anyone went, it was pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. So we are looking at premiumizing, we're looking at staying relevant and getting in the news to keep the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival in St. Catharines top of mind. So what's next for us? As I mentioned previously, a strategic plan is our next big initiative. We haven't had one since 2018, so we are going to be asking a lot of questions. We're going to be listening. We're going to be doing public surveys and consultations. We've hired the Trajectory Group after a request for proposal process, who will be executing the strategic plan for us. I also recently went to Charleston to the Food and Wine Festival, which is one of the key ones that I've seen as a comparative for our festival. I went in March for a research trip, and one of the most important things that came out of that for me was that they host 116 events in 4 days, and they have a staff of 12. So it is all about partnerships and collaboration. All of the major restaurants, the best restaurants and the best chefs in the region come together for that weekend every single year in March, and they had a $38 million economic impact over 4 days. So I have kept in touch with them. We are working on pulling some best practices out of that festival and are looking to engage some of the best restaurants and attractions in the city and the region to start bringing in those high-yield consumers. Moving on. So what are we going to be doing this year? All of the key successes from last year will continue this year with a few additions. We're adding Sunday brunch in the park. Again, this is a way to try to get foodies and the food-interested consumer to be more active in our festival, because we know that they spend 3 times more than any casual day trip consumer. We're doing a food and wine marquee, so this will be ticketed culinary classes, demonstrations, and this is our way to get a whole bunch of restaurants from downtown that don't have the capacity to be in the park for 6 full days, to be able to highlight them and what they do best as part of our programming. The Out of This Park events, which probably won't be the name, but this is a variation and expansion of the Grape and Wine Month that we did last year. So again, we're going to pick the all-star venues, the all-star experiences, highlight 10 to 12 of them, and sell tickets to them as a way to try to attract new people from outside of the region. and then our festival events calendar. So you'll get there's a real theme around what we're doing this year, and it's all about bringing outside money into the city. We're not forgetting about our community. It's very important to us. Last year, for example, we didn't raise any prices for wine. We kept all pricing in the park the same as it was in 2019 to try to make it affordable for visitors. So we're looking for the tourism dollars to really amplify our budgets and let us get to the next phase of what we're hoping to do. Here's a couple key dates coming up. The TD Tailgate Party is our next big event, Saturday, June 17th. The Brunch by the Lake is a brunch battle. We got quite a few St. Catharines restaurants participating in both of these events. And the brunch is being held at Charles Daly Park in the Benchlands. And then the rest of them I know you guys can read. But it's been a very, very exciting year for us. We've got great things planned. And I'm very excited to hear any questions or comments that come off of the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for the presentation. I've got a list building. I will turn things over to Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Same question I probably ask you every time you're
Yes.
here. I notice again that the migrant workers aren't really mentioned here. I'm just curious where the wine festival's at on that relationship.
So after our last presentation, we had actually 3 different discussion agenda items with the board of directors. We put a staff member on that project and that file specifically, and he reached out about 5 or 6 different times to a few different organizations and wasn't able to get any interaction with that community. But we do have a board member, Marianne Wilson from CAA Travel and CAA Niagara, and they're launching a bike repair program. So we've sort of passed the file over to her, and she's going to be doing some work on it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the efforts, and hopefully they'll be ongoing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Miller, I appreciate your diligence in this particular issue. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, it's actually following up on Councillor Miller's. Just curious, in the organizations you reached out to, was Quest Community Health part of that outreach that you did? They do have a seasonal agricultural worker program.
I'll have to go back and check with my staff on that.
Okay.
And one of the other things that did come out of the board meeting as well, though, is that the board decided the festival, as you know, is a completely apolitical event. So the mayor is the only politician and any of his invited guests that's actually allowed to be part of the festival in any capacity, which also means that religious groups, special interest groups, also we have to have a sort of a blanket policy because we get a lot of questions about this type of thing. So as much as we would love to be able to be more actively supportive of the temporary foreign workers, and I personally have a stake in the ag industry as well, it's not something that we can do on behalf of the festival.
Right.
But we're trying to find other partners that can pick up and do some benefit.
Okay. Yeah, I would just suggest reaching out to Quest.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let Marianne know that. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Darian, for everything that you do. A couple of questions. Was that Charleston, South Carolina you mentioned?
It was. I highly recommend it, by the way. It's pretty awesome.
I don't think of East Georgia as a wine region. Why do they have a wine festival there?
It was actually initially through Food and Wine magazine, and Charleston is known as a hot culinary destination. So they really put it in a position where they bring in guest wineries from all over the world, and it's just sort of an international wine tasting and food event. So they kind of made it this massive festival where they don't even have vineyards. So imagine what we can do.
Imagine. So through you, Mr. Mayor, you said they have 12 staff. How many do we have?
We have currently, we have 4 full-time staff and 3 summer students.
Yeah. Okay,
So a lot of what we're going to be working towards is adding on slowly over the next 5 years, developing up our staff and our programming, but also working with grant programs to launch things. What they did really successfully, though, is they created templates and models where they would give it to restaurant partners and say, this is your concept, here are your partners, this is exactly what you need to do. They sold the tickets as the festival to get some of the revenue out of it, but they really did a good job of programming some of these events so that they don't have to actually be on site at all of them.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I know you do a lot for the city and we always support you. My question is, as you mentioned it benefits the region as a whole. Are you getting anything from anybody other than St. Catharines?
The Niagara Benchlands, we do have a partnership with them.
But not municipalities, I mean?
Not yet. So part of our strategy around that is that we are going to be dividing up festivals across different regions. So one of the reasons we held the Ice Wine Gala in Niagara Falls is that we are going to be going to Niagara Falls Tourism to get funding for us to return there. Same thing with Niagara on the Lake. Before we do any signature events in that community, we're going to be asking for funding support. So the main festival, the fall festival, will always be in St. Catharines, but as we're developing these other programming, we're going to ask for funding support from those municipalities as well.
Thank you. I think it's important because, I mean, we have a very generous, for example, CUPE program supporting the arts, and I know there are arts organizations that we support, and they have events in the city, but they also have events elsewhere, and nobody else supports them, so.
I'm frustrated with it too, believe me, so we're going to work on it.
Okay, and last, most important question, where is the TD tailgate party this year?
It is at Palatine Hills Estate Winery, so that's in Niagara on the Lake, and the Grape King every year gets to choose the venue. So that's a vineyard that backs up onto his property, so
Okay, thank you.
it's spectacular. Yeah.
Let it never be said that Councillor Garcia is not a man with a priority. I appreciate that. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One comment to Councillor Garcia's question is we just hired a young lady on our staff from the Ukraine who's looking after our some of our finance, and she's doing a wonderful job, and we're just thrilled to be able to, augment someone from the Ukraine or in a very needy situation, and she's doing a wonderful job, I hear. Dory, if you could explain to council, we've talked as a board, we want to expand the Grape and Wine beyond just one weekend at the end. What are we going to do this year to, the second week in September or the first week in September? What are your plans to enhance it, to make it a month long?
So this will come out of the strategic plan, but I'll give you a little sneak peek. So we are looking at doing a kickoff sort of gala type event. So maybe not black tie, but a high-end sort of food and wine event to kick off the fall festival. And we'll be looking at a downtown venue. We're having preliminary discussions with the Performing Arts Center as maybe using the lobby, but we'll be looking at a couple different spots. And then the out of this park concept really is where we're going to be starting to introduce these pretty awesome festival events at different restaurants and locations and arts and culture. We're really going to get creative with where we're putting these spaces because the atmosphere and environment is really what sells it as much as it's a food and wine. So we're going to be scattering those all through the entire month of September to try to really extend the benefit of the Grape and Wine Festival.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Anderson? Seeing none, Ms. Anderson, thank you. I think you did a much better job without Mr. Kowalchuk than you would have done with him.
I'll make sure to let him know, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Wonderful. You can attach my name to that comment. And I will say kudos to the Ice Wine Gala this year was absolutely exceptional and showcased a wonderful new attraction in Niagara, which was really, really exciting to be at. So looking forward to what's coming next.
Thank you so much. I'll turn this off.
Can I get a councillor to move the recommendation in the report, Councillor Phillips, and a seconder, Councillor Townsend? So we have the motion on the screen. Are there any questions or comments? I've got Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be declaring conflict of interest since Brock has mentioned, and also I'm in the restaurant bar business.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. As a reminder to fill out the paper version or the written version of the conflict of interest. That is sincerely appreciated by staff. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Kushner? Oh, declared conflict. Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. And then the final issue on our discussion agenda, item 9.2, which I'm sure will go very quickly. Prior to discussing the report, council will receive a presentation from staff, and then we'll hear delegations from Ed Smith, Jeff Hurst, Rachel Braithwaite, the agent for 10 Pleasant Avenue, David Folletta, and the agent for 88 James Street, Dan Romenko. I will now call upon Margaret Josipovich, my favorite of the Josipoviches, the Senior Manager of Planning Services, to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. So tonight I'll be presenting our December 2022 intake for our 2020 Community Improvement Plan applications. We received 2 complete applications in December, one for 10 Pleasant Avenue, and it was for the Brownfield Tax Increment Finance, the BTIF, that includes redevelopment and remediation, which is an annual rebate of 80% of the tax increment for up to 10 years after project completion. The second application that we received was for 88 James, and that was for a tax increment finance, that's a TIF. So that's just redevelopment costs. That one does not involve remediation. And that's an annual rebate of 45% of the tax increment. So starting off with 10 Pleasant Avenue, it's a approximately 1.1 hectare property located on the south side of Pleasant Avenue, west of Thomas. And it previously was used as a parking area serving the former industrial uses to the north and west at 282 and 285 Ontario Street. The proposed development is a private road development. It includes a 9-story apartment building with 351 units, as well as 3-story townhouse dwellings, and 490 square meters of residential convenience commercial uses. So commercial uses that primarily serve the residences that live in that area. So some retail, service, commercial, that type of thing. And then parking for this site is proposed primarily below ground with 345 spaces and 14 at surface. So project evaluation. So the pie chart shown on the screen gives you an idea of the breakdown of the categories that we evaluate a project against. And this is for properties outside of the downtown. So we look at the location, the amount of remediation, core housing, which is affordable rental units, heritage, mixed use, density, investment, assessment, and then value added, which is the public realm improvements and as well as sustainability initiatives. So to give you an idea of how 10 Pleasant scored, the parts in the dark blue are the points that they received, and then the hatched area is areas where points were not awarded. So for location, it's located in the Ontario and Carleton Node priority neighborhood. Some of the sustainability features include permeable pavements, silva cells, additional bike parking, bike repair station, rooftop plantings and greening, public realm enhancements, including an activated streetscape, integrated landscaping, pedestrian scale lighting, street furniture, remediation costs at about $7.9 million, which is about 5.3% of their total costs. Total costs of $149 million, density of 525 people and jobs per hectare, an annual property increase of about $711,000, and a property assessment increase of about $106 million. So to give you an idea of how the grant is calculated, we take your post-development taxes, the difference between that and your pre-development taxes, that equals your tax increment. The incentive is 80% of that tax increment rebated back annually for 10 years. So in this case, it works out to be about $568,000 a year. So for 88 James, we're at about 1.6 hectare located downtown on the east side of James Street, right across the street from us today. Previously was Gord's Place Restaurant and currently sits vacant. The proposal is for a mixed-use 30-story tower of 276 dwelling units, 482 square meters of commercial at grade, and 520 square meters of office space on the second floor. So the project evaluation, similar to the previous property, gives you an idea of the breakdown of the categories that we evaluate this project against. It's a little bit different than the previous one you saw, as this is the evaluation criteria for downtown. And again, in the dark green is the places where they would have scored the points at 62.5 points. It is located downtown, obviously. It is a mixed-use development. The density comes in at 2,279 people and jobs per hectare. Total costs of $114 million, property assessment increase of $53 million, and annual property tax increase of $362,000. Sustainability features, some of the similar ones as 10 Pleasant with the Silva cells, additional bike parking, some electrical vehicle charging stations, rooftop plantings, greening, some public realm enhancements, including activated streetscape, enhanced landscaping, and then a wall mural that will wrap around the library side. So again, the calculation of the grant, the difference between post-development taxes and pre-development taxes equaling the tax increment. The annual incentive is 45% of that amount, which equals to, in this case, about $163,000. So I know those are a lot of numbers. So we're going to summarize quickly just so everybody's clear. Pre-development assessment for both properties is laid out first. Post-development assessments. So the difference for 18 James, like we said, about $53 million. For 10 Pleasant, 106. And then the pre-development taxes for each property. So currently we're collecting $15,000 for 88 James, and for 10 Pleasant, $4,000. The post-development taxes, and then that municipal tax increase, so that's that tax increment that we were talking about. And once you multiply each by their incentive percentage, the annual incentive for each property. So staff are recommending approval of both applications as outlined in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Josipovich. Now, we are going to allow questions at this time for Ms. Josipovich related to the presentation or the report, but I will caution counselors, these are only questions. This is not the only time you can ask questions. You can ask her questions later as well. But if anybody has any questions at this time, understanding that we will not be getting into a debate and this is not a time to provide comment. There will be time to provide comment after all of the presentations have been made. So with that, Councillor Garcia, and I have Councillor Miller up after Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Josipovich. If I recall when this proposal came to council the first time to approve the development, at that time I asked a specific question about remediation, because I said I'm concerned about approving any development on this overall site until it is all cleaned up, because I'm concerned that there could be seepage from the rest of the property. At the time, the spokesperson, if I remember, answered that there wouldn't be a problem because this was a parking lot and there was no contamination there. Now we have a proposal here saying that they require $7.96 million in remediation. So my question to you is, where did that $7.96 million come from?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't remember your original question. Was the answer given by staff or by the applicant?
Can you repeat that, please?
For your original question, you had indicated that the answer that was given was that there was no contamination on site.
Right.
Was that a response from staff or from the applicant?
From the applicant is what I recall.
So I would suggest, Ms. Josipovich may not be able to answer that, but the agent for the applicant will be speaking. And so that might be a question that's better directed to the
Okay.
the applicant.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just a technical question on the Pleasant Avenue one. Why did it only score 8 on density?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we rank them based on the amount of people in jobs per hectare. The categories are different in downtown and outside the downtown.
Okay, so Pleasant Avenue, even though it's in that priority corridor, isn't downtown, that's sort of...
It's the density that's being provided, yeah.
Ah, I see, sorry, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. All right, seeing no other questions from Ms. Josipovich, we'll now get into residents and agents. So just a reminder to all of our presenters this evening, you do have a 5-minute time limit, and a reminder to presenters and to council. Tonight's meeting is specific to 2 properties, 10 Pleasant and 88 James. So our comments need to be tailored to those 2 properties and the applications. We had a very long and fulsome philosophical discussion about CIP about a month ago. So I'm going to request of all of us in the chamber that we avoid the philosophy that was already expounded upon for many hours a month ago, and that we stick to the two properties and the report that is in front of us. So with that, I'll now call on Ed Smith to present. Welcome, Mr. Smith, and the mic is yours.
Thank you. Mayor Cisco, council, ladies and gentlemen, all the protocol of this chamber is respected. Does the truth matter? Today, council will discuss the dispensing of another $14.6 million of our municipal taxes. The report that we've all read states the total is $7.3 million, but that report doesn't tell the whole story. The fact is that whatever you approve at this council will be matched at the region, taking us to $14.6 million. I believe everybody in this room is probably aware of that fact, but I also believe it's worth repeating. And I do note that it's not mentioned anywhere in the report. So what you are discussing is actually the control of $14.6 million, not 7.3. Staff admits freely that there is no way for them or anybody to know if a project would proceed without the CIP. Yet they attribute all development that has occurred as only happening because of the CIP. These two statements cannot be true at the same time.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment. Staff, I don't believe, have ever stated that all of that development can be attributed solely to the CIP. If you're referring to statements that I have made about a large portion of that being attributable to the CIP.
I can provide the documents from staff.
That staff have indicated that all $400+ million of development that has occurred is entirely because of the CIP?
I can, if you would like, Mr. Mayor, I will email it to you after this.
Feel free, because I don't believe that's been stated.
Thank you. Those two statements cannot be true at the same time. We are being misled on the CIP. It's not possible for anybody to make fantastical claims of the returns we are receiving on the tens of millions of dollars we have invested in CIPs. At least two independent studies, one of them commissioned by the Niagara region, have come to the same conclusion. CIPs do not contribute to assessment growth. Citizens of St. Catharines are being misled.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to the two properties and not the philosophical discussion.
This is not
the time for the philosophical discussion was
Excuse me,
a month ago.
Mr. Mayor, have you read, I said I respect the protocol of this chamber.
Yes.
This chamber does not have the power to change my words. If you do not like what I'm saying, you can sit me down, I will sit down. You do not have the power to change my words.
Mr. Smith, I'm not trying to change your words. I'm asking you to deal with the report, which is in front of us with respect to two properties,
It will be
10
drawn-
Pleasant and 88 James.
Believe me, this will all be drawn into this report. Staff has stated that the term luxury is a marketing term, implying that when the public gets angry to see their tax dollars support luxury developments, it somehow has no meaning. Luxury is not our term for any of these developments. It's actually the developers' terms. They boast about it openly in their own materials. We could use other words like exclusive or extravagant, but it would all mean the same thing. Our tax dollars are subsidizing housing at the very top end of the market. The Planning Act grants authority for cities to establish CIPs. And under that authority, they can provide incentives in the forms of grants or loans. It does not authorize tax rebates. Yet City Hall continues to call these tax rebates. They are grants. Every penny of it is a grant. If you Google synonyms for the word grant, you'll get words like donation, gift, present, handout, and subsidy. You will not get the term tax rebate. Yet City Hall has consistently referred to the CIP as a tax rebate program. In the report that is in front of you today, it is referred to as a tax rebate 7 times, no less than 7 times. Again, we are being misled. I want to also point out that the difference between a tax rebate and a grant is a significant difference. And if anybody doesn't understand it, I would be happy to explain it. But I do think, I'm not implying that it's somehow difficult to understand. But if anybody wants to know what's in my head about it, ask me about it. On April 17th, at a council meeting in these chambers, we had 2 representatives from the development industry make statements that 1, the money does not come from the taxpayer's pocket, and 2, there is no cost to the program for taxpayers. No tax dollars are used. Both of those statements are significantly false, and here we are again tonight talking about $14.6 million of local taxpayer money. So in case I haven't been clear, I am against the CIP for these two programs or for these 2 projects. I'm not against the projects. I'm against the CIP for these 2 projects. We should not be using our tax dollars to subsidize housing at the very top end of the market. I do have a suggestion for those who are believe that I am somehow misinformed. I mean, I have 2 suggestions. I would gladly debate this in a very academic and controlled environment, and we could get to the truth of the matter. But I know that that's not realistic. Nobody's going to accept that. But there is another way. We're talking about $14.6 million. Let's hire a independent consultant like KPMG, like the region did, and let's get an independent consultant's report on the CIP in this city.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I did give you 40 additional seconds because of my interruptions.
So you're saying I'm done?
Yes. That's the 5 minutes. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. You said that, I guess, like council, you could explain it better to us as to how this works. Where do you feel the money does come from? You're saying taxpayer money, but you are aware that the redevelopment of the brownfields, where we are increasing the taxes that we're collecting on the site.
Yes.
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 Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Smith, I guess you've clearly advocated against having a CIP program. St. Catharines, we do an 80% rebate, whereas other municipalities in Ontario are increasing theirs to 100%. What do you believe would happen if we just completely scrap this program? Do you not believe that, you just believe that these developments would continuously move on?
So glad you asked that. I think I would, in answering that question, through you, Mr. Mayor, in answering that question, I would almost turn it back on you and say, what do you believe? There is a gold rush in real estate going on for the last 5 years. And for us to say that we need these CIPs in order to attract development to our city is buying into the corporate, into the dialogue that has been out there so long that we take it as, we almost give up our ability on critical thought. We just say, no, it's true because they say it's true. Even if we get independent auditors, finance firms who come in and say, it is not true. You are not increasing your assessment. Your assessment growth is not there because of your CIPs. Your assessment growth is tied to the generalities of the economy. And that is fact. That is independent. Of course, proponents of CIPs will always say, no, without the CIP, we wouldn't build. You know, that's like the federal government coming to me and I'd say, if without the baby bonus, without the child tax benefit, I wouldn't have had children.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Smith. So you look at Kingston, the Davis Tannery site, which has sat there for over 20 years. No developer wants to touch it because of the cost to clean up the contamination. Do you honestly think that someone would come in and just decontaminate the GM site here in St. Catharines without any type of incentive to develop on that site?
So I'm also glad you brought that up. Let's say the GM site, 55 acres is worth, if it was green, if it wasn't contaminated, let's say it's worth $50 million if it was green and just ready to be developed. And by green, I mean
But it's
clean.
not though, Mr. Smith.
Right. Please allow me to answer the question. Then the value of the land would be $50 million. But the value of the land is not $50 million. They bought it for, I don't remember the number, but let's say $12 million, implying that they have already got their discount because of the contamination when they bought the land. And now we are going to double up on it and give them more. They bought the land for $12 million. If it didn't need cleanup, it would have been worth $50 million. That $38 million delta is specifically because the land is contaminated.
Mr. Smith, do you believe incentives need to be provided to decontaminate brownfields in the community? Yes or no? No incentives? You're saying that zero incentives need to be offered to clean up contaminated sites in the city. No incentives.
Yeah, I'll go with this. And
No, my question is direct. Yes or no? Mr. Smith, do incentives need to be offered to clean up brownfields? That's a simple question.
Just to be clear, this is not a court of law. You're not my boss. You do not.
I'm asking you a simple question, Mr. Smith.
Counselor,
you have to allow him to finish. I know you want a specific answer, but you have to allow him to answer the question the way he chooses to answer.
I would say this, that I can't answer blanket like that. I would say that, as I always said, the last time I spoke about CIPs, surgical precision is required in the application of a CIP. We do not use surgical application in this city. We do blanket application. If you score 51 points, you can have $7.2 million. Surgical application would be one thing. Blanket application is a whole different thing.
Thank you.
Councilor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just two questions, I guess. So were you, when we were going through this whole thing originally 2.5 years ago, were you in favor of the changes, the new program, whatever you want to call it? And what's changed, I guess, or why are you now against it?
I spoke in favor of it at the time because and for those of you who were following the issue at the time, there was a lot of assurances given to us at the time about how this was going to allow us to enter a new era in affordable housing in St. Catharines, that this was a new thing that was going to be applied, and so I fell for that. I believed we were entering a surgical application of CIP where we were going to address the social needs of this city through the application of a CIP program. It didn't turn out that way. It turned out the opposite.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Just because it's just out of curiosity, because there's two projects here, do you see them differently at all in their application or the use of the CIP on them, or you're equally, I guess, against both?
I mean, the reason that I'm against, so I'm not against the projects. I need to keep saying that. I'm not against the projects. I'm against the CIP being used on the projects. And so in that instance, yes, I'm against them both equally.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
I'll now call Jeff Hurst to present. Mr. Hurst, as a reminder, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco, council, and staff. My name is Jeff Hurst. I'm the chair of the Hague Neighbors Association. I live just down the street from 10 Pleasant Avenue, and I couldn't be more excited to see this development be built. The Hague community and the neighbors we welcome will be much better for it, and our CIP is the perfect tool to make it a reality as soon as remediation is complete. Since moving here, I've agonized about what might appear behind those plywood boards lining the site. Visions of 3-car driveways and double garages haunted my dreams. There are a lot of ways this property could have gone wrong. So when I saw the announcement last year about this proposal, I was elated. Yes, it should be a few stories higher. And yes, it should include affordable housing. Still though, we simply can't afford to pass on what the mortgagee is offering. Long overdue brownfield cleanup and much needed housing to bring skilled professionals to live in our city. The cost of the CIP incentive in this case is high, but can be paid. Conversely, the cost of needlessly prolonging the housing crisis is immeasurable. Say we scrap the CIP, no incentive for development in our city. Without the BTIF being offered, 10 Pleasant and other brownfields could remain derelict indefinitely. 365 units in this case, plus potentially thousands of others could be shelved. 10 years later, sure, we'd have saved $1, but is a city gone stagnant really worth it? It's my opinion that this development is well worth our investment. I'd go a step further and say that 10 Pleasant's BTIF score of 58.5 doesn't fully reflect the value it would bring to the community. It received 0 points in the mixed-use section, despite including commercial space on the ground floor. That space could provide a useful service to the community as a small grocery store or a third space, both of which are conspicuously absent in the Hague neighborhood. It received only 4 out of 7 points for public area contribution. Looking at the developer's vision for the exterior of the building, you'll see trees, understory planting, lovely seating areas, a public playground, improved lighting, and public art. I challenge anyone to go to 10 Pleasant today and find a better example of any of the above. And this is all without mentioning the draw this development will have on folks looking to live a more car-free lifestyle. No double-car garage, no problem in Midtown St. Catharines. Folks who will move in will find it easy to take advantage of the surrounding walkable neighborhood with reliable transit. Ideally, similar builds will pop up on transit routes all over the city. 10 Pleasant itself may not include affordable units, but it's easy to see how building things just like it is what makes communities work for folks of all income levels. Ridership will grow, car dependency will slow. People won't have to manage 2 car payments with insurance and maintenance anymore. From an environmental standpoint, a lifestyle like that saves dollars not just for individuals, but for all of society. And if this development can't be built here, then where? An environmentally vital wetland in West St. Catharines? Let's leave the Greenbelt alone. Instead, I'd be more than happy to see the CIP put the Pleasant back in Pleasant Avenue. Hague Neighbors' stated vision is to foster a welcoming, healthy, and vibrant community with its aim to house hundreds of people, encourage alternate transportation, incorporate green space, and bring the street back to life. 10 Pleasant delivers on that vision. I believe it's worth the incentive being offered, and so many of my neighbors do as well. So I say humbly to the mayor and council, let's use every tool at our disposal, especially the CIP, to support a welcoming, healthy, and vibrant community right here in the heart of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. And I will just say to our partners and friends at the St. Catharines Standard, Karina, put the Pleasant back in Pleasant Avenue is the headline tomorrow on the front of the paper. Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Hurst? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hurst, for the presentation. I'll now call Rachel Braithwaite to present.
I pressed the wrong button. Thanks, sorry. Hi, council and mayor and staff and community members. I secretly wish I went after the first guy, not the second guy, because he is harder to follow, but good job. I wanted to show you, cross out some of my notes so that I do keep on point a bit better and don't wave into my support for CIPs. I do just want to highlight both of these proposed developments will add so many benefits to the city of St. Catharines and the downtown specifically, that if we don't support them, we will be holding our city back. Numerous members of council identified last week that downtown is currently in an epicenter of significant complex social needs, which are creating challenges for our businesses, property owners, and community alike. COVID also highlighted the fact that without residential density, a downtown is not sustainable. During COVID, our office buildings sat empty and are still not fully back, which means many of our businesses lost their clientele during the day, forcing them to lay off staff and reduce hours. If you want us to be able to rise from this, then we need these developments. We need to see residential intensification in our downtown. We need to see empty buildings and contaminated land that is in the heart of our downtown or on the route to our downtown to be redeveloped. We need to see the increase of over 3,000 new residents and jobs in and close to our downtown. We need beautification and activated streetscapes with trees, lighting, landscape. We need the increase in taxes, let's be honest. And also, the City Council, many of you are still around the table here, created the parameters on how to qualify for the Community Improvement Plan and release them publicly, thus attracting developers. And I will contradict the first speaker and say, yes, CIPs are a huge attraction for developers. And we are competing with cities we can't really compete with. I came from Hamilton, and the CIPs there are not comparable. On my one street, which was not a downtown, one CIP program, which was the facade improvement, had a budget of over $250,000 a year. Our whole city's facade improvement program, $40,000. So the city has created these parameters. We've made it announced publicly to developers, this is available for your use. Developers have created their plans and developments based on these proposals and these aspects. If we were to then pull away what we've told them, tick these boxes and do, we will lose all faith with developers. They won't come here. They'll go to the better offers elsewhere, which means we won't see our brownfields redeveloped. We won't see the intensification we need so desperately in our downtown. So I urge you, please follow the staff recommendation and approve the community improvement plans for both 10 Pleasant and 88 James.
Thank you, Ms. Brathwaite. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. I will now call David Folletta, the agent for 10 Pleasant Avenue, to present, I believe by Zoom. It wouldn't be a post-COVID meeting without somebody presenting by Zoom.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Great, so I'm not on mute like I typically do 5 or 6 times a day, so.
Nope, you are 5 by 5.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is David Folletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Bousfields, and we are the planning consultant on this file. I just wanted to start with a special thanks to Claire Semple, Margaret Josipovich, Tammy Kate, all of which wrote the staff report, had a part in the staff report and authored it, and we are fully supportive of staff's recommendation. I have a brief presentation that I'll go through very quickly, and I'll try not to repeat any of the information that was covered by staff or any of the speakers. Next slide, please. I think we all know the location of the subject site. I'm talking to you this evening about 10 Pleasant Avenue. The site, as we know, is located on the south side of Pleasant Avenue, west side of Thomas Street. Just wanted to point out some of the observations about some of the things we heard about today. The site's located within the Hague neighborhood. It's directly across the street from Alex Mackenzie Park. And the Hague neighborhood, based on our review and our analysis, is very dominated by the single detached homes, so single family homes. Next slide, please. You also heard a bit about the background related to the subject site. We know that on September 12th, this council approved official plan amendment number 34 and the zoning bylaw amendment 2022-164 to permit the plan before you today. And this slide illustrates that plan in a 2D view. You see Pleasant Avenue on top and Thomas Street to the right. We've also incorporated townhouses to the south to provide that transition to the low-rise neighborhood, as well as lots of greenery and lots of enhancements to the streetscape. Next slide, please. We know that we heard a little bit about the BTIF program. We know that this council approved it as part of its community improvement plan. And it's specifically created for sites like this, brownfield sites that are underutilized, and they have the opportunity to increase the tax base through redevelopment. I think the staff report does a great job walking us through the criteria, eligibility, and value-added components. I think Margaret did a great job walking us through that, so I won't repeat it. And as we know, the subject site and the proposal meets the criteria. We know that both a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment has been completed, and we prepared a remedial work plan for this site. And we know it exceeds the criteria requirements. So I won't go through them in detail because Margaret has already done that. Next slide, please. I want to highlight some of the public realm improvements, and I appreciate the comments from Mr. Hurst. He has clearly got a pulse on what's happening here and the subject proposal. We know that there's significant improvements to the streetscape along both Pleasant Avenue and Thomas Street, and specifically the view on the left is a rendering of what the frontage of the site along Pleasant Avenue will look like. You see street trees, planters, wide sidewalks. You've got spill-out areas for restaurants and service commercial uses. You've got direct connections from the building to the municipal sidewalk, as well as lots of space for amenities. So improved plantings, improved pavings, and really an improved overall streetscape, especially when we compare it to what's there today. The image on the right, similarly, is looking at the site from the park across the street. So what's happening, what the opposite side of Thomas Street will look like. Again, more street trees with some shrubbery, as well as front doors and at-grade units that connect directly to the municipal sidewalk. So again, really showing that enhancement, and this will be a great view from across the street. Next slide, please. The one thing we heard a little bit about today was the comparison of a brownfield redevelopment versus a greenfield. We just wanted to highlight that for this council. I think we all know this, but it's important to recognize that there are some key elements, and it's specifically related to costs. So when we look at location, greenfield sites are typically planned for their intended use versus brownfield sites, which are typically industrial or commercial. So whenever you add that residential use, you're looking at changing a number of the components. So pipes usually aren't sized properly, and other elements aren't planned properly for it. So those are additional fees related to adding residential land uses to them. The second part is timing. We know greenfield development can proceed once the approvals are in place and you just start to construct. Timing related to brownfield is a lot more complicated and requires a significant amount of time related to remediation and achieving the approvals related to those remediation costs from the ministry. Finally, the cost to develop. We know that greenfield redevelopments are typically, the costs are straightforward and relate to infrastructure and construction costs for the new buildings. We know that the costs related to brownfield are much more expensive, and they typically have a lot more upfront costs and additional investment related to remediation and cleanup. And that all occurs prior to any of the construction occurring. So any of the new construction related to it. And we know for this site specifically, the estimated remediation is $8 million, approximately 7.96. Again, those are fees that greenfield redevelopment sites don't require. Next slide, please. We heard a little bit about this today, the importance of the BTIF program. We just wanted to highlight for you that it's significantly important for this development. It'll bring this site to a development-ready condition, requires costly and timely site remediation, and then the approvals from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation, and Parks, which again, take time and cost money. So the challenges without the BTIF funding are significant, and they're specifically related to the upfront costs related to lifting that holding provision and the increased challenges to secure financing given the upfront costs. And that's something we didn't hear very much about. We heard a little bit about the value, but we didn't hear about the ability to get financing for these type of projects. And when you have an $8 million tag on the property, it's very difficult to obtain financing. Next slide, please. And this, I believe, is my last slide. So again, the benefits of the BTIF program for this site, it will accelerate the cleanup and remediation process. The site will not remain vacant. It will help advance the council-approved vision for this building, the vision that we walked you through, the vision that this council supported, and it will significantly increase the tax base on this site. You heard earlier that the current property taxes that are being paid for this site is $4,164. And then once this site gets redeveloped, it will be paying $715,000 in property taxes annually. That's more than 17,000 times more property taxes than is currently being collected on this site. So in closing, this project is precisely why the city has a CIP and why the Planning Act and Municipal Act provide municipalities with this authority. It will allow for the redevelopment of an underutilized site in an important location to redevelop. It'll add new apartment housing to the Hague neighborhood. It will expand the mix and range of housing options in the neighborhood, so adding new apartments to a neighborhood that's dominated by single-family homes. The significant improvements to the at-grade conditions along both Pleasant Avenue and Thomas Streets, which we walked you through earlier, and then the cleanup of a site that needs remediation. And then finally, as I outlined earlier, and as staff have outlined for you, the significant increase in tax base by more than 17,000 times what it's currently obtaining. So for all these reasons and more, we fully support staff's recommendation, and we respectfully request that you endorse staff's recommendation to approve the BTIF incentive equal to an 80% annual tax rebate over a 10-year period for the site at 10 Pleasant Avenue. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Folletta, and Councilor Garcia, I'm glad you jumped in. So Councilor Garcia will be first to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, the presenter, thank you for that presentation. I don't know if you heard my earlier question, but I seem to recollect that when the proposal first came before council, that when I asked about potential seepage and contamination from the site next door, the answer was that there was no contamination because this is a parking lot. So my question remains, where did that $8 million estimate come from?
Through your worship to the councillor, that's a great question. And I believe the discussion at the council meeting when we were dealing with the official plan amendment and rezoning application was related to the previous uses on site. And I specifically said, and I will recall, that the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment reports had already been completed, and those identified the previous uses on the site, and I identified that no seepage was coming onto the site from abutting lands. So that was, again, based on those reports. The remediation is required to remove other elements related to the site. We know that it's a parking area, and when you have a parking, it was previously used as a parking area, and when you have a parking area, you typically have salts, and those salts go into the soil, so those are part of the elements that need to be remediated.
Thank you for that. And to you, Mr. Mayor, is that not an unusually high amount of money to remediate just for parking uses?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, again, I'm not the environmental consultant on this report. That's a very good question. I will tell you that the reports were written by MTE, who are highly qualified environmental consultants. They actually do peer reviews for the ministry, so they have a very good handle in terms of understanding the amount and type of remediation that's required, and they have created the remediation plan that, again, has been vetted and will be vetted by the ministry, who, again, is the approval authority for this site.
Thank you. And to you, Mr. Mayor, have those, is that remediation estimate, has that been confirmed and approved by the city as a valid estimate, or?
I'll look to Ms. Josipovich.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So when we receive their phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, as well as the remedial work plan, planning staff as well as our environmental staff do review the plans, just take a look at what it's encompassing, like you said, whether the amount that is being estimated is reasonable for the work that's taking place. So that review has been done.
Thank you. And last question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. You're saying that having a remediation cost up front would make it difficult to get financing. Are there not financial entities that would finance projects that require remediation up front?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Garcia. My comment was that it is increasingly difficult to find financing, and that's an element that is complicated, and it's obviously a higher risk than a greenfield development. So we were comparing it to a greenfield development, and when you don't have to worry about those upfront remediation costs, it's a significant obstacle to obtain financing.
Thank you for that. And sorry, Mr. Mayor, I said my last question, but I did have one more, if I may, through you. Why did you not incorporate any affordable housing in this project?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Garcia, that's another great question. Again, what we're finding when we're working on these type of projects, infill, brownfield developments, anytime you're adding another obstacle or another element that reduces the profitability of these projects, it becomes increasingly difficult. What I will say is that, as I mentioned in my presentation, adding apartment housing to this neighborhood does a number of things. It adds to the mix of housing in the neighborhood. It adds to the range of housing options that the neighbors, the residents of this neighborhood, and future residents of this neighborhood can obtain. It also provides for an alternative to a single family home, which typically apartments will cost less money. In terms of meeting the affordable housing requirements, this project was not required to do so as part of its approvals process.
Fair enough for that, thank you. And my concern is that, yes, a single family home would cost a lot more, but from what we hear, people who need an apartment cannot afford the going either prices or rents. But anyway, thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor McPherson.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Folletta, we've heard from previous speakers that you can't, that developers will develop anyway. Just curious, does the CIP make the project feasible? And without the CIP, would the project be feasible?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, that's a difficult question to answer. It makes it a lot more feasible, and it makes it happen a lot quicker than without the CIP. Whether or not it lives or dies on the sword is a difficult question, and I can't answer that without understanding all the intricacies of the project. I'm the planning consultant on the file. I work on a number of projects across the region. You had one speaker, Rachel Braithwaite. I don't know why I always attempt to say everyone's last name, but I usually mangle it, so I apologize if I did. But she mentioned that she used to live in Hamilton, and we've done a number of projects in Hamilton, a number of very successful projects that really would not have happened without that CIP. And the benefits and the speed of those projects are all the result of a CIV program like this. So any incentive you can have will help not only speed up the project, but also make it happen now versus waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Folletta. We heard that there's funding, matching funding available to the region. You're getting your $8 million for the remediation. Will you also be going to double your money at the region?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, we're still working on the pro forma related to the project. That is, what we always say to all of our clients and all the developers across the region. These incentives are there for a reason, and they're there to help development, help them happen quicker, and help them incentivize brownfield developments like this. Again, there are eligibility requirements at both this level, the city level, as well as the regional level, and they can't overlap. So it's not as though they're going to be paying for something beyond what it would cost to remediate. So the answer is I don't know at this time, but the likelihood of an application is high. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if it's not really a question, but I just, to help Councillor Garcia there, I remember on the initial report, there was a mention that there was a big, large, like a grease pit, collection pit on the property that was part of the remediation that they needed, that came from the runoff from the GM site. I remember hearing that, so I just wanted to bring that to everybody's memory in case they were asking questions about that.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the presenter? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have to the presenter, if that were greenfield, what would that be worth as greenfield with the acreage that you have?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Kushner. I'm the planning consultant on the file, so I don't have a detailed understanding of values, property values. I think the question you're asking is, would it be worth more than a site that needs remediation? And the answer is absolutely. There's a number of factors that go into the value of a property. What I will tell you is there's a benefit to the city as a whole and the region in remediating and redeveloping sites just like this. It helps to complete the neighborhood, helps to add housing to the neighborhood, and there's a number of public benefits related to it, highest of which is the speed at which it allows it to redevelop. So having that certainty and the additional funds to help remediate, help accelerate the redevelopment of the lands.
Okay, the reason I asked the question, I wanted to know what the differential was between what that would be worth as greenfield and what was paid for the property. And you're saying you're not in a position to tell me that.
Unfortunately, I'm not. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not in a position to tell you those numbers. I don't have that data available.
Okay, and you indicated, you mentioned the word phase 1 and phase 2. Which is this, phase 1? Or is it a combination of phase 1 and phase 2?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, So when I was referring to phase 1 and phase 2, those are the environmental site assessment reports that were completed that outline the, they're just called a phase 1 and a phase 2 report. They outline the current environment of the lands and specifically the soils.
Okay, was phase 1 and phase 2 for this property only, or was it for a larger property?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, the phase 1 and phase 2 that I was referring to are specifically done for this property, as well as the remedial action plan. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question, and this is a question for developers generally. How much would the property sell for if it were not brownfield? How much would it be discounted?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor again, these are, it's not my expertise, unfortunately, related to the value of the land. But as you can imagine, there's a significant risk associated with lands that need to be remediated, not only from the cost to remediate, which we know is approximately $8 million, but also the timelines associated with that and the risk of potentially not being able to clean it to a standard for residential use. The whole process with the ministry is a complicated one, but you know, we've set out a process. We've hired the best consultants to do so, and we're in a position now through our remediation work plan and our phase 1 and 2 reports to really have that information to put us into a position to clean the site up and redevelop it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Phillips and Councillor Miller.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the presenter. How soon is your client ready to get shovels in the ground if council does approve such CIP?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Townsend. So this is, again, an important step in the process of redeveloping these lands. As we know, there's a holding provision that has been applied to the site as part of council's approval for the 9-story building, for the official plan amendment and rezoning. So the next step is to lift that holding provision. So we'd have to obtain the approvals from the ministry to lift to gain what's called a record of site condition, which means that it's in a position to be utilized for sensitive land use, including residential. And then once that occurs, we would then have to finalize our site plan approval with the city, which we filed. And there's a whole detailed design stage associated with that. So understanding, I believe you're all familiar with the site plan process, but that's where all the detailed design occurs as part of the plan. So understanding size of pipes, where the pipe connections are, the grading, the lighting, the materials of the building, getting the building ready for a building permit application. And then once the site plan is approved, then it would proceed to a building permit application. So there are 2 more steps associated with the redevelopment, and the timelines associated with that aren't certain, but we're hopeful and we're pushing to do them as quickly as possible. So the record of site condition process, I'm not familiar with the timelines associated with that. The site plan process, we are familiar with it, and typically it's done within a year. We've already started that process. And then the building permit process is a couple of months after that. Usually 2 to 3 months for a building permit of this size and shape. So we still have a little bit of work to do, but we're almost there. So in terms of a timeline, I would say we're at least a year away from construction.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, have you partnered with the builder?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, at this point, I'm unaware of that whether or not a builder has been brought on. We know that there's been a lot of work advanced on the detailed plans, and the next step is to obtain a builder to understand how it's going to be constructed. And that's part of the design phase, and that includes the construction management plan. So how it's going to be constructed and who's going to be constructed by.
And through you, Chair, I just to get some context here, we don't have, you haven't partnered with a builder yet, but we've seen renderings of what it could look like. So this is not at all what it's going to look like all said and done when your group partners with the developer.
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, again, at this phase and at this juncture in the project, we are going through the site plan process, and that's where you get the detailed design stage. So the plans are not going to change significantly. And my understanding is that the ownership group is in talks with builders to figure out exactly what will be built on this site. And what I will tell you is that staff, we've been working very closely with staff to establish those drawings, and we understand what their expectation is in terms of quality, and that's why what we've presented tonight is the program that we're planning on building on this site.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, my last question is, to understand this, your client is committed to building this, or is your client possibly open to selling the lands to another developer?
Through your worship, to the councillor, again, I'm not the right person to ask that question. I'm the planning consultant on the file. There's a number of different ways this can play out. What I can tell you is that the group is advancing this project, and this is a key step in advancing that project. So getting the site clean, getting the funds lined up to clean the site will allow it to proceed to the next stage, which is the construction stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the presentations. A lot of my questions have been answered. I did have one question in response to Councillor Garcia's question about core housing. You mentioned that it would be difficult to obtain financing or for the project to be perhaps financially viable if it included more core housing. Is that a comment based on experience, or is that something that was actually looked into on this specific project in terms of including core housing?
Through your worship, to the councillor, no, that was specifically my opinion. As I mentioned, the first part was that as part of the approvals, so establishing the official plan, policies, and site and zoning for the site, affordable housing was not required. And what I was telling you is, in my experience, in my opinion, adding an additional obstacle would make it more difficult on sites like this.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Folletta. And we will now call Dan Romanko, the agent for 88 James Street, to present. Dan will be joined by the owners, Marco, I'm going to apologize if I screw up any names here, Marco Jurisic, Sam Saki, and Hamid Hakimi of Elite Developments. I don't know if anybody else is coming up, but they are more than welcome to join Mr. Romanko at the lectern. Dan, no stranger. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Dan Romanko. I'm a managing partner, planner with Better Neighborhoods. With me today is Marco Jurisic, okay, of Brooklyn Construction, here on behalf of the owner, Elite Developments. So not to belabor this meeting, I will just take you through the points of this project, 88 James Street, and give you a bit of an overview, and this is the agenda here. So just in terms of the proposal, it's right across the street, adjacent to the library parkette, the former Gord's Place restaurant. And we're proposing a mixed-use building here with access off of Luke Cahill Way for parking of 189 parking spaces. There are 276 residential units being proposed. 5,200 square feet of commercial retail on the ground floor, and another 56,000 of office space above on the second floor. There's a rooftop amenity space above the 6-story podium on level 7, and this is some of the imagery of what's being proposed. So this image on the left is would be looking at the James Street entrance, and then you can see a close-up of the parkette and James Street frontage there on the right. So the project has gone through the CIP evaluation with a mixed-use component, increase in density of 2,279 people and jobs per hectare, because it's a very small site. And we have a 4,100% increase in taxes and a number of sustainable street design and streetscape improvements. Sorry, just looking to advance this. Okay, oh, there we go. So this project will offer more attainable housing options, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom studio apartments, starting at 350 square feet, and increase the social and economic activity of the downtown. These projects are important to getting people downtown and enhancing the economic livelihood of the commercial down there. And of course, the project has been designed to take considerable interest in activating the James Street streetscape along with the library parkette. When we started discussions with this with staff some 2 years ago now, one of the things that came up initially was that this project would serve as the catalyst for the Civic Square project, which is part of the strategic plan for the city. I understand there's some budgets allocated for that, and we're hopeful that this project will become a catalyst for that. There's a number of sustainability features, the list of them here: high albedo paving materials, drought-tolerant species, parking, minimum of 8 electric vehicle charging stations, more with the demand permits, sustainable construction materials, and energy-efficient systems. We've gone through the numbers already, and just in terms of the need for the TIF, certainly this program was a factor in the decision for Elite to invest in the downtown in this particular site, which does happen to be the urban growth center for Niagara. It redevelops the underutilized vacant downtown property. Again, I'll mention it just can serve as a catalyst for the Civic Square project. Indeed, there's a municipal tax assessment that can be increased through this private investment, and we're providing attainable housing within walkable amenities and hopefully lessening the dependence on automobiles. And then there's a real focus to improve the public realm and streetscape. So, without further ado, if there's any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Romanko. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Romanko, for your presentation. Through you, Chair. My question is how soon is your client ready to break ground and start building? And the reason I asked the question is council was told last year that this project would have already been underway. I'm just wondering if you can give us kind of a timeline.
Well, I'll maybe defer some of this to Marco here, but we have just received a draft site plan agreement as of Friday. The various building permits, shoring permits, foundation permits, footing permits are all in with city. Many of those are far enough along that we're hopefully going to get them in a couple weeks. We're certainly within a month, and the intent is to start the demolition of the building in June, I understand.
Yeah, June 11th is our target date.
It's very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dan, I guess You've introduced a new term here saying that you have more attainable housing. I assume by attainable, you're saying because they're smaller units, but they're still at market value, right? They're not affordable housing as such.
They're not affordable in the sense that they're subsidized. No, they're more attainable.
Yeah. So you're saying just because they're smaller, but, yeah. Okay. And thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, how many parking spots and where are they?
There's 181 parking spaces, one of which they're on 6 levels of 7 levels. One's underground and then 6 above and a podium.
Okay, but some of your commercial and retail space is on the same floor as parking, is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Just had a question about, so bringing units downtown is great. It's needed to bring residents down there. Hopefully it'll encourage a grocery store and some other amenities so that we can get more residents down there. There's a lot of vacant units that need to come online. One of the reasons it's so great though is because, you don't need as many vehicles, so you don't need as much parking. And I noticed you had 75 bike spots. I'm just wondering, are those all outside or are they gonna be actually inside the parking garage so that they're actually useful for people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they're proposed inside the building.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Is there any consideration of increasing that? Like there's 276 dwelling units, only 75 bike spots. Electric bikes are coming online. Is there any discussion around that, or was 75 like what you're going for?
So typically when we're done with full construction, anywhere we can put a few bike spots, we will.
Right. No, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. And to the presenters, I want you to now take a look at the council horseshoe and identify the councillor who rode their bike to council today. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. Looking forward to this. I have a couple of questions, and I just want some more clarification on what you consider attainable. Like, that's a new word, so like, what does that mean?
So, I mean, there's a provincial definition for affordable. It really just means that it's more within reach of a price point that is, and largely because of the housing typology and largely because of the size, that it's more attainable from that perspective.
Okay, so when you're looking at, sorry, you flipped through the thing too quickly, but for one bedroom, it's 350 square feet to 550. Can you tell me approximately what the cost of that would be?
I can't.
Okay.
Mark will be able to do that.
I'll come close. Yeah, we have units starting at 330,000.
330, okay.
Obviously the smallest unit, right?
Sure, of course. And then at the end of one of your slides, something that interests me a lot is like, using things that are green for the community and whatnot. And it says HVAC contemplated. What do you mean by that?
Correct, there'll be high efficiency HVAC systems.
Okay, and then it had mentioned about the windows and doors and that sort of thing. Are those already in the process, or is that not? Yeah, it says windows and doors will be contemplated. So the windows and doors, you're not sure about what you're using for that either?
No, they've been designed. I'm not sure what it means by contemplated. We have it within our design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, attainable should always be followed by for whom, but maybe that's just nitpicking a bit. My question is, I assume the lack of core housing is similar to the last project, that it's a viability of the project issue. I'm just curious again, how did that conversation happen around this project? How far did you get in terms of looking at including, because for our core housing, a one-bedroom unit's still $975, which probably isn't attainable to a lot of people. So I'm just curious how far this project got in terms of including core housing?
We truly didn't contemplate it.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is, why are you building commercial when there, or office, when there appears to be a glut? 1 St. Paul Street being converted from office to residential, the gas building likewise. So why office space?
So ground floor commercial, we felt it would be good for the community to have maybe a coffee shop there or a small pub to replace what was there before. So that was a target. Second floor, because it abuts all of the parking, we thought that would be good for some small office and commercial space. So it's not really that much that we're bringing to the market.
And have you done pre-sales yet?
We've started friends and family sales, correct.
Good, and that's going well, I assume.
It's going fairly well.
Right, thank you.
I'm just hoping everybody else heard what I heard, which is potentially the return of the duck. Or gourds. Oh, sorry, the gourds. Like, yeah. No, let's focus here, folks. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, you mentioned the term apartment building, and then we heard the term or the cost of $330,000. Is it strictly condominiums, or is it going to be condominiums and apartments? Strictly condos? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Apartment to me means form of housing. Condominium means tenure.
Okay. Apartments
So
to me
it's the
means
same
something you
thing.
rent every month, and a condominium means something you buy. So just semantics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have nobody else on the list, so gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. Sincerely appreciated.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of the delegations. I just want to address one thing before we take a motion to receive the delegations. One of the presentations referred to misleading and that the community is being misled. And I'm going to state categorically that that is absolutely 100% false, and that no member of staff, I don't believe any member of council, I know myself, none of us have ever misled the community, and that needs to be put to rest right now. I will take this opportunity now to thank staff for the multiple education sessions that they have done over my 13 years as a member of this council in various iterations, and the efforts they put into ensuring that the community understands to the best of their ability exactly what this program entails and exactly how it operates. And I would hope that other members of council would echo that. The simple fact and reality of the situation is that everybody is entitled to their own opinion about this program, but there is only one set of facts, and our staff do an exceptional job of putting those facts out into the community. And I will reiterate that, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to ensure that everybody in this community has a comfort level with the fact that the real facts of every situation, whether it's a CIP report, whether it's a planning report, whether it's a CRCS report, whatever the case may be, what is being written down and what is being presented to council and the community is nothing but the facts as they are understood by staff at City Hall. And we're all entitled to our own opinion, but I needed to make sure that that was stated very clearly and succinctly. Maybe not succinctly. I'm never succinct. With that, can I have a motion, mover and a seconder, to receive the delegations? Councillor Miller, Councillor Stevens. The council received the delegations regarding 88 James Street and 10 Pleasant Avenue tax incentive applications considered under the 2020 Community Improvement Plan. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Can I get a mover for the recommendation in the report? Councillor Harris. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Phillips. Now, to assist with the decision making, I'm going to recommend that we split the vote on this item so that we consider each application as a separate vote. With that said, so I'm going to ask for a separation of the two. With that said, I'm going to ask councilors, we have a 5-minute time limit. So I'm going to ask councilors to keep your comments with respect to those two properties together within those 5 minutes. We will vote on them separately when the time comes. I will reiterate what I said at the beginning, though. We are not relitigating the CIP. We are speaking to the two properties. Obviously, people's philosophies about CIP will enter into their comments, and I am not saying that you can't do that. But what I'm saying is we are not going to further the discussion from a month ago. That discussion was had. I think it was a good and fruitful discussion. It was a long discussion, and I don't want us to repeat that tonight. I'd like us to stick as much as possible to the issues contained in the report. So with that, we have both of the recommendations on the screen. They are pre-split. We have Councillor Harris and Councillor Phillips. If you wish to speak, please enter the queue now. I have Councillor Garcia. Can we turn Councillor Garcia's mic on? Thank you, Orexi.
Just a procedural question, Mr. Mayor. I submitted an amendment to the clerk and regarding the Pleasant Avenue property, and I asked that we vote on it first because I believe it's consistent with the staff recommendation. The clerk replied that she didn't believe it was consistent, and my understanding is that she's telling me that that's because you vote on CIP according to the program or not, so it's kind of an all or nothing is the way I read what she said, and I would like that clarified if that's the case. My assumption has always been that when a CIP application comes before council, that means that council has some decision latitude and that we could amend and change amounts or whatever we decide to do. Is that not the case?
I will look to Madam Clerk with backup from Ms. Josipovich if necessary.
So through the chair, there's actually two kind of nuances there. The first is the motion that you emailed me, that you said that you wanted it to be an amendment to the staff recommendation, thinking that it aligned with the what staff did recommend. So I did look at Council's procedure bylaw, section M15 speaks to amendments. It includes that a motion to amend shall not be contrary to or substantially alter a motion under consideration. My understanding is that the motion you would like to have considered would change the incentive by over $1.6 million, which to me, in my opinion, is fairly a substantial change, and therefore I don't think it would be considered an amendment. That doesn't mean to say if council wanted to support your amendment from alignment with the procedure bylaw, you could turn down staff's recommendation and vote on yours separately. Whether or not that's permitted in alignment with our CIP, I would defer to planning for input on that, and just knowing that CIPs are fairly legislated. So there's alignment with the procedure bylaw and then alignment with what's permitted under the CIP and ultimately the Municipal and Planning Acts.
Ms. Josipovich or Ms. Kate, whoever would like to field this one.
Thank you. Through the mayor, the Municipal Act is specific about CIP incentives being prescribed in the community improvement plan itself. So the city's CIP does not have an incentive that provides up to 50% of remediation costs as was proposed. So at this time, it's city staff have prepared an evaluation in line with council's approved CIP and have proposed it forward as a recommendation, but there is nothing in our current CIP that would consider any variances or any other incentives outside of that approved program.
Councillor? Oh, can we turn Councillor Garcia's mic? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor and Director Kite. So as the clerk mentioned, and you saw my amendment was that because they're estimating remediation costs at $8 million, that we only approve $4 million as opposed to the 5.66 you're saying. And my rationale was that the region is going to double that anyway, so we are covering all the remediation costs. But you're saying that is not allowed on the CIP for me to council to discuss that change?
Ms. Kate?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And we also can't make any assumptions as to what the region will or will not approve. I'm not sure what the status is of their programs at this time.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought the region had already passed motions or rules or whatever that they would automatically match whatever we approve.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that was the case in the past. It's a little bit different now. They do evaluate the projects. Some of our priority areas don't always match up. They're also going through a review of all of their incentives, and there are deadlines that projects do have to hit. So some are not eligible or may not be eligible depending on when construction starts and finishes.
Okay, thank you. Very disappointing, but thank you.
Councilor Garcia, did you still want to make comments, or are you, okay. So I'll look to Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to staff. That with the remediation costs, it's not just, or just to clarify and make sure I've got it I understand. It's not that someone comes in and says it's going to cost $8 million. There are receipts that have to be submitted. There's documentation that has to be submitted. Am I correct in that understanding?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. So they would have to either do a full third-party accounting audit of all of their costs and have an accountant submit that to us, or physically submit all of their invoices, checks proving what costs were borne for the project. And let's say if they said right now that it's about $8 million, they scored or they were eligible because of those points. If after construction it came out to be 500,000, let's say, and those points would have actually dropped them down below eligibility, they don't receive the grant.
Okay, so there is a whole lot of checks and balances that go into.
Yes, it's very rigorous.
I thought so, for some reason. I guess, may I add comments at this point?
This is your only opportunity. So.
Thank you very much. I would just urge my colleagues this site has sat vacant and empty for 10 years now, give or take, 10 at least. We have, a group who are working diligently to make all of the remediation and do all the remediation that they need to do. It's a key component of entering our downtown. It's a key component of our ward, and it is a partnership. That is how CIPs are viewed in municipalities across Ontario. And this is one component that we can help and contribute to, and just in talks with another developer, he broke it down into how much it costs to remediate per unit. And the calculation on 10 Pleasant specifically is, it works out to $21,000 per unit. That's the remediation cost in each unit. So when we talk about, $7.96, $8 million, it's, when you break it down into those units, they're a partner. I fear that if this CIP doesn't go through, that we will be looking for new partners, and that we're gonna sit with this vacant lot for another 10 years or more. So I would just urge everyone to support the CIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. The two CIPs are different that we're looking at. And I just want to comment on both of them. But one thing that I rarely hear discussed with brownfields is that I think there's an important injustice that has to be acknowledged, and that is that we're cleaning up after industry, right? Like, we're cleaning up after a company or a number of companies that use that site that made a lot of money off that site and left it to future generations to clean up. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. Currently, we don't have legislation at the provincial or federal level like the states do that takes money from industry to pay to clean up their mess. That's something that we need. But we don't have that right now. And so the tool that we do have is CIPs. And that's a tool that allows us to clean up brownfields. And I don't think it's right to continue leaving that site for future generations to deal with. I think we need to clean it up now. 10 Pleasant is also, as Councilor McPherson mentioned, on Ontario Street. It's the Ontario Street corridor. It will bring, it will become an anchor for a part of the city that it has a ton of unlocked potential, right? Ontario Street, there's a lot of change that could happen there. And I'm hopeful that 10 Pleasant can serve as a catalyst. Both 10 Pleasant and 88 James bring significant units to our city. It was just last meeting that we were grilling a developer as to why they weren't building higher, right? They weren't adding more units. And so here we have one developer that's adding 30 stories and another that's bringing in even more units with only 9 stories. And I think that's important to recognize. We're not talking about a suburb. We're not talking about a type of built form that actually is very difficult to change as the needs of a city changes, right? So the unaffordability of a suburb, it's very hard to change that, whereas the built form, the density that we're looking at with 88 James and 10 Pleasant is much more flexible. It's able to change with the city, what the city needs. It's also within our urban boundary, and it was 2 council meetings ago that we were talking about development on the Greenbelt, paving, putting a parking lot in part of the Greenbelt, which was unfortunate. And if we don't want to extend over our urban boundary, these are the types of developments that we need. Downtown is in desperate need of residential units. There's a ton of unlocked potential downtown, and if we don't want downtown to kind of be stuck in a holding pattern, we need to find a way to bring residents downtown. And yeah, these developments will do that. So for those 2 reasons, yeah, with those comments, I'm in support of the CIP in these 2 instances, and yeah, I urge you to be as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ratzlaff. Are there any other? Okay, Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And forgive me if I've asked these questions, but I'd like to ask them again. So I'm just wondering, and I know that one of the councilors already kind of touched base on this, but once the property's cleaned up, can they take that and sell that to another developer, or does the money only go with that application?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so CIPs don't run with a property, they run with an applicant. Any assignment or transfer of that CIP requires council approval.
Okay, thank you. And then if we approve the $8 million, because that's our parameters, can they use the exact same receipts and information and then turn to the region and ask for this $8 million from them?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so the incentives are they're not based on your remediation amount, they're based on your tax increments, so your difference between pre and post development taxes. We only base ours on the municipal portion. So when they apply to the region, it's for the regional portion of the taxes. They're not, again, using the municipal portion.
Okay. And then one last thing. If we were to approve both of these and one has no affordable housing or attainable and the other one does, do we have enough money left? So if we had another development come forward, would there be money for them to also get CIP?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So, I mean, it really depends on the level of incentive, which again depends on your increase in assessment. So far, we work with our finance department to make sure that that CIP reserve is healthy and that it's functional. And then if there's a big deviation from it or a necessity to deviate from the funding formula that council approved when they approved the 2020 CIP, we would come to council and say, this is having a huge impact on the budget. This is what you'll have to invest to keep going at this rate.
Okay, so right now, if we were to invest in these 2 properties, there's no fear of it infringing on another project coming forward?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, there's no large impact on it impacting future approvals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dodge. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make some comments to explain why I'm not comfortable voting for either of these. One, as has been stated, no affordable housing, which is our #1 priority, even though we are not the level of government responsible directly for affordable housing, but we're doing what we can. As well, we've been told that CIP is not to be used for greener or environmental initiatives, but we don't seem to have any guarantees on any incremental or environmental features. In fact, 88 James Street, for those of you who weren't here when that was approved, that's using 400 square feet of prime green space, sunny green space in front of our courtyard. It will shrink the courtyard. And yes, we need intensification. Yes, we need higher density, but there's a balance here, people. Like, we just can't have this unlimited quantity just keep going up and think that that's the answer. Great cities are not all just a bunch of skyscrapers. The most livable cities in the world typically are 4, 6-story kinds of developments with obviously mixed uses, but just because it's, quantity is not our answer here. Yeah, we have a housing crisis, but we also have to have a quality of life and a livable city that we're supposed to be building. Now, 10 Pleasant does fit that criteria in terms of size. I like the development. But once again, I still haven't been fully convinced that there's solid evidence to bear out our return on investment here. We got municipal dollars, tax dollars at stake, significant tax dollars at stake, and I'm not convinced, and then guaranteed they're going to go to the region and double their money. So that explains my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. As some people know, I am philosophically opposed to the concept of CIP. And I have my issues with our specific CIP, I've said a few times, both these projects scored very high on the investment and the project cost, neither of which I think are things we need to incentivize. I think those incentives happen in the marketplace. However, for both these projects, I think it's pretty clear that these projects wouldn't move forward without some of the subsidies, particularly 10 Pleasant. I think that's our CIP is great for brownfield remediation. We know that, and I think that's clearly a project that needs our assistance in order to move forward. I will note, though, once again, that as has been noted, we are not achieving any core housing goals through our CIP, and maybe we can't, and that's why we need to be looking at it again when the review comes up, that maybe this can't be an affordable housing plan. Maybe that's not something that is possible, because once again, we're seeing 2 applications here that don't include it. And there's actually a fear of going the other way when we start looking at $350,000 for 500 square feet as attainable. We might actually be contributing to the sort of housing crisis and the unattainable housing crisis, and that's something we're seeing every day in this city. More and more people forced to live on the street. So I don't think the decisions we make in here is really going to impact that, but we do need to be keeping it top of mind, because I think we're contributing to it by subsidizing projects like this. However, I definitely would like to see both of these projects move forward. We're not talking about, I think Mr. Smith was right in that the cost of the land, the amount of work needed, is factored into the market price, or it should be. However, we're not talking about waterfront condos here. We're talking about density in the downtown core and a former industrial site or a parking lot site being turned into housing. So those are the kind of projects we want to see, and I am excited. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll still be on council then, but when the CIP is up for review, that we really get into what we can and cannot achieve through this program. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a question for clarification to my colleague, Councillor William, that said that density isn't the only solution. Which part, you could just clarify what he, just on his comments.
University studying history of cities, urbanization. I've read extensively on the topic, and I know that just building skyscrapers creates cities like we have in some places that are not very livable. One of the great things about Canada is we do have space. I understand that it's in demand in Southern Ontario, but one of the great things about Canada is that we've had communities that give you a little bit of breathing room, and are not just towers that are smushed together. And that seems to be the direction that some people think is the answer, and I'm just not one who does. I think we need to have a mix, and a lot of people talk about the missing middle, and that's something we definitely need to work on, which maybe 10 Pleasant Avenue is a step in that direction. Yeah, and we're nowhere close to being, I don't want to state specific cities because they'll get labeled as being racist or something, but we have a quality of life. Not saying suburban sprawl is the answer, not at all. That we know that is not good. But there are, anyway, I could pontificate for too long, but that's a start of an answer for you.
Can we turn Councillor Townsend's mic back on? Councillor Williamson, can you turn yours off?
Thank you for clarification. So status quo.
No, not status quo, I did not say that.
Okay. In regards to the applications, it's going to be, through your chair, a broken record me referring to the Davis Tannery site in Kingston, which has sat vacant since 1984 because municipal politicians said that a developer would just come and develop on the site without any incentives. And they continued to say no to incentives until finally in 2021, they provided a $45 million CIP to the developer on that site to build over 1,500 units. My concern here is that if we want to say no to any type of incentive program for our GM site, we will have the same issue that the city of Kingston faced with just sitting and waiting status quo for a developer to come along and build and clean up the site. That's not going to happen without any type of incentive, unfortunately. The 10 Pleasant site is a 3-acre site, and they're asking for $7 million. It's pretty much in line with what the cost to decontaminate the 35-acre site in Kingston would cost. In regards to this site, nothing is going to get done without any type of program incentive to build. I encourage my colleagues to move forward and see progression on moving GM along. My concern is if we sit on this and wait, we're not going to see any action on this site, similar to what we've seen in Kingston, Ontario, with their site that is sat vacant and contaminated for 40 years. I want to thank staff for all the work they've put in bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to say that I agree with Councillor Miller and with Ms. Braithwaite that both of these projects, I would love to see them happen. I mean, they're going to bring housing downtown that we need, and particularly housing in the GM site in that area that is a very needy area. My concern here is about the subsidies. I mean, I completely believe that both of these projects will go ahead without us subsidizing them. However, I think that remediation is somewhat more critical, and that's the reason I was willing to make an amendment on that, but I'm concerned we may not get to my amendment. So I want to say I have been involved in planning major projects in different parts of the world, and I cannot think of a CAO or developer or CFO that would buy a property unless it was a conditional offer on the assumption that incentives that politicians have to be approved are a given. Of course they will approve, and I always say I don't blame the developers for approving for this, applying, because we have the subsidy, so of course they're going to apply, and I would too. But something is very wrong with our program. We just had the discussion, as you said, a couple of weeks ago or whatever, and one of the points that was made by staff was that when we changed the program, we wanted it to focus more on affordable housing, on remediation, and on heritage, for example. So we look at the project at 88 James, it doesn't do any of those things, doesn't even touch it. And as we discussed, you know, we're saying something is attainable because it's small, but it's still at a very high price for most people, and it's not cheap. It just, on a per square foot basis, it won't be that cheap. So that project, in my opinion, is going to go ahead regardless. It's a very good project, and it's right downtown, and we've already helped them a lot by selling them. I think Councilor Williamson said 400 square feet. I think it was 4,000 square feet of green space right next door to help them, which is, you know, of course, we're helping them. We want that project to happen. But I certainly cannot support CIP for that. And with the 10 Pleasant Avenue, they do have the remediation, but I can't agree with giving them more than what they need to remediate the property. You know, again, the project is gonna, you notice the consultant couldn't answer the question when he was asked, you know, what are you gonna do if this doesn't get approved? If it doesn't get approved, they're gonna go ahead with the project anyway. They've done all these plans and everything else, and they're gonna make a pile of money. They just make more money if we give them a subsidy. And I would just make one last comment that I asked Director York about the Linamar plant that we have all read about in Welland for EV parts and whether we were in the running for that. And my understanding is that we weren't because we didn't have a large enough site potentially, but he sent me a copy of the property owner's sales brochure for these sites that they have and the site that they sold to Linamar. And in it, they talk the benefits of this land and how great it is. And one thing they say is a CIP is potentially available. They wouldn't sell it on the basis of saying you're going to get CIP because, you know, the buyer would be crazy to buy it assuming that it's going to get CIP for sure. So for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I cannot support either one of these recommendations. Hopefully my amendment will come up and we can support some remediation, but otherwise I would vote against both of these.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments with respect to the second vote is that I agree with Councilor Garcia. I don't understand the logic of giving them more money for remediation, and that's assuming that the region matches the city portion than the amount of the remediation cost. With respect to one, I'm certainly supportive of it because if we want downtown revitalization, there's only one way, and that's not brick and mortar, that's higher density in the downtown. And in the past, we've supported downtown revitalization through incentives, and I think we should continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kushner. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need a little bit of clarification because I'm hearing different stories from all around the horseshoe here. So in regards to what Councilor Garcia was saying, so up to $8 million, but they have to show receipts. So if they don't spend $8 million, then we don't give them $8 million. Is that correct? If their receipts and everything show in at 7 or 6, that's all they're getting, right? They don't get this whole amount. Is that correct? Please.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's not 8 million that they would be getting. 8 million is their estimated remediation amount.
Right.
Our incentive's not based on their estimated remediation amount, it's based on their tax increment.
Right, and the receipts that they show of what they spent.
That's correct, and remediation will rarely come in lower than anticipated a year or two before project construction.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Are there any other councilors? All right, seeing none, I'm going to provide brief comments and then we can move on to the vote. I will say, and the comment was just made and I appreciate that, it's important to recognize that this isn't based on remediation only. Remediation is a portion of how we score it, but the incentive is there not just to refund the remediation, because in some cases, the tax incentive does not cover the entire cost of the remediation, but also because that's not the only thing we're trying to incentivize here. Density is a large part of this as well. These are identified corridors and areas where we want that increased density. I think that's important. A few pieces that I just wanted to go over with the two properties. Starting with 88 James, it's important to recognize the current tax revenue take is $15,000. In the 10 years where we're paying out the tax increment financing grant, we will still be receiving and keeping 14 times the current tax revenue. So in the years when we are giving the TIF, we're still getting 14 times the tax revenue, and in years 10 ad infinitum, we'll be receiving 25 times the tax revenue that we're currently getting. It's also important, and it was mentioned a few times, but the James Street Civic Square Design Study, which I have been told is now out for RFP, which is wonderful and good news for all of my downtown-loving friends. That happened because of the redevelopment. The redevelopment provided us the partnership opportunity with, it should be noted, and was noted in the media because I'm very careful with my words, a significant financial contribution for reconstruction. So we have very good partners across the street, and I think they're doing their best to meet the needs of the community as outlined in the CIP that we approved in 2020. With respect to 10 Pleasant, this is probably my favorite good news story. In years 0 to 10, when we were paying out the Brownfield tax increment financing grant, we will still be receiving and keeping 35 times the current tax revenue. So those are in the 10 years when we are paying out the grant, we'll still get 35 times more revenue than we were or are currently. And in years 10 through in perpetuity, we'll be receiving 170 times the tax revenue. So even in the years when we're paying out these grants, we will still be receiving between 14 and 35 times more in tax revenue than we currently are. That is a good news story. And I'm going to provide a little bit of a history lesson with respect to 10 Pleasant because I think it's important. The 2015, was it 2015 or 2014? 2015 CIP? The 2015 CIP happened because the council of the day made the decision that the 2004 CIP was not set up in a way which was sustainable to deal with one very significant property in the city, and that was the GM property. If we can't see fit to provide through our CIP for the GM property and GM redevelopment, that is literally the reason that was stated when we decided to revamp the program in 2015 in the first place. And I know that because I made the motion and I said that. This program exists for the entire city, but was revamped to make sure that we were sustainable in the way we funded it so that we could accommodate the redevelopment that we are all hoping and praying will continue now at the GM property. 10 Pleasant is the first step in what all of us hope is many future steps to build out what can be a beautiful gateway to our community. Just very quickly, because it was referenced a few times, there are environmental pieces to this. If you take a look at the scoring sheet, we're talking about bike parking spaces and EV charging stations and rooftop landscaping and greening and high albedo surfaces. At 88 James, at 10 Pleasant, we're talking about permeable pavement and bike parking spaces and repair stations, rooftop landscaping, Silva cells in both places. And I appreciate when I learn something new. A Silva cell is a modular suspended pavement system that uses soil volumes to support large tree growth and provide powerful on-site stormwater management through absorption, evapotranspiration, and interception. That is fantastic. That is exactly what we should be driving for. And so I would implore my colleagues, we have 2 votes. I sincerely hope we vote yes on both of them because these 2 projects will move this community forward. And they will move the community forward in a direction that we as a council have identified in the past, have recommitted to recently. And I sincerely hope we can move forward because I look forward to the good things that can happen on these 2 sites. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So this is on 88 James Street first. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then vote number 2 on 10 Pleasant.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
No.
sorry. Counselor Dodge,
No.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
No.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you, council, for what is always a good debate when it comes to CIP. All right, we are moving on to item 10, 10.1, strengthening municipal code of conduct policies, and I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Phillips to take the chair so that I can move the motion.
Thank you. Where are we? Mayor Cisco, would you like to present your motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The motion in front of us is similar to something that has been, it's gone through Niagara Regional Council, it's gone through OBCM, I'm sure it will show up at AMO this year. And it comes down to, and I actually believe that the last term of council moved something very similar to this. There is legislation currently in front of the provincial legislature as a private member's bill. This is a motion that asks the government to change the legislation that governs codes of conduct in Ontario for municipal governments to be able to take stronger action with respect to workplace safety and harassment when it comes to elected officials. So I believe all of council has read through this. It does ask for a lot of consultation with councils, with their integrity commissioners, on how the regulations can be developed and what the proposed legislation will look like. It does also specifically request a range of possible administrative penalties up to and including prohibiting a member who is removed from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of office. So I think that the penalties that are imagined are even stronger than what has been considered in the past, but I believe Councillor Townsend in the past has raised this issue in the last term of council. I appreciate the advocacy work that's already been done. This motion here is one that was passed by OBCM, the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus, about a month ago. And so I said I would bring it to this council, and I would sincerely hope that my colleagues can see fit to pass this and send it on to all the relevant politicians who can actually make this change.
Thank you, Mayor. Comments or questions from council? Yes, Councillor Stevens. I'm sorry, Councillor Miller.
It's timely because I was going to point out that you're not the only person who forgot who I was. I had a motion last term of council, I don't believe Councillor Townsend did, about holding elected officials to a higher standard, and I appreciate that that was supported, so I will certainly support this. I'm not looking for credit, I just correction. The historic record, so important to me.
So you're taking credit for this motion, is that what you're saying? Oh.
I will happily share credit with this particular motion, and I sincerely apologize. I just remembered the passion of Councillor Townsend, as well as Councillor Miller, who has always spoke passionately on this subject.
Thank you, Mayor. And the motion's made by Mayor Cisco and seconded by myself. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Is this for the mayor's motion?
Correct.
Okay, and sorry, I want to support it, but I did want to ask, do we not need to send it to the other local area municipalities, or?
I think it's covered through Federation of Community Municipalities.
They go everywhere. Okay, yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate the Deputy Mayor taking the chair for that. We should be able to get through the rest of this relatively quickly. Any notices of motion for the next meeting? So Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I'll have a motion regarding making a request about the Ontario Building Code and making a change to one of the clauses. And I'm excited to share that with council.
I'm looking forward to it, and I bet you I know which code clause it is. If there are no other notices of motions, the only other one will be a motion from myself, a request for a coroner's inquest with respect to the death of Heather Winterstein, as well as for the planting of a memorial tree in Montebello Park to honor Heather's memory, and I will make sure that all relevant information is forwarded to council over the course. I would hope to have the relevant information actually forwarded this week, and news articles and other information with respect to that. Under report requests,
Sorry.
yes,
Sorry,
Councillor.
through you, Mr. Mayor, just one question. I did submit a few motions about a month ago. I know staff said they were going to be bringing them forward. One was in regards to the, 2 Facer Street, and the other one was in regards to the courthouse.
Just
supposed to be on
looking
the
to the
agenda.
Deputy CAO.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. We'll connect with you, Councillor Townsend,
Thanks.
to make sure, because I know you spoke with some multiple staff members, so we will make sure that our feedback is aligned.
Thanks.
Excellent. Report requests. We had no report requests submitted. Are there any report requests at this time? Seeing none. Committee and task force minutes. There are none. Bylaws. So bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to K be read a first time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Additional bylaws. That the following additional bylaws, additional bylaw A and B, be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to authorize agreements with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 150 and Local 157, with respect to the collective agreements for the years 2022, 23, and 24. And B, a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2014-169, entitled a bylaw to appoint a chief building official and inspectors under the Ontario Building Code Act 1992. Mover and seconder, Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor Miller. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night.